Yep.
We're going to go ahead and get started. We got a couple extra things we need to take care of tonight. I'd like to welcome everybody here. Hope everybody stands somewhat dry. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. I've asked Councilman Gantier to lead us in prayer and pledge. Please stand.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you today for all that we have. Thank you for the many blessings. Help us to have wisdom as we try and conduct the business of the city, that we do things decently in order, and just help guide our thoughts and our votes and decisions. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay.
Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If we could have roll call, please.
Lamar.
Here.
Shropshire.
Here.
Bradshaw. Here. Bashir.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Trammell.
Here.
Gantier.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Okay. We are going to go ahead and administer the oath of office to the recently elected city officials: City Clerk Hannah Morris, City Treasurer Lori Ballou, Police Chief Jeremy Cantrell, Counselor Ward 1 Terry Lamar, Counselor Ward 2 Lori Bradshaw, Counselor Ward 3 Charles Trammell, and Counselor Ward 4 Bruce Smith. If you guys would all come and line up there, we'll do it all at once, please.
Line up where?
You get in the middle of this thing.
All right.
You have to follow along. Please, when I say state your name, state your name. There's two of them here. Bruce, Charles, Bruce. I guess Terry, it's not two. It just looks like it is. It's Bradshaw. All right, we'll start with the oath of office. So please raise your right hand. I. Terry Lamar. This is going to be fun. Just be confident. Do solemnly. Yes, there you go. Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
Or affirm. That I will support, obey, and defend.
That I will support, obey, and defend
The Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma.
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma
And the Charter of the City of Pryor Creek,
and the Charter of the City of Pryor Creek,
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
It's a weird breakdown, y'all. It's kind of fun. That I will not knowingly receive,
That I will not knowingly receive,
directly or indirectly,
directly or indirectly,
any money or other valuable thing.
any money or other valuable thing
You got this. Or performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than by law.
I further swear or affirm
I further swear or affirm
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
that I will faithfully discharge my duties as city treasurer
to the best of my ability. Thank you. It was. All right, we got one more.
You got a second one?
We got the second one. This one's a lot shorter, so. It's fun when you get it.
You got another one.
Yep, we got one more. Second page.
Do we sign it as well?
You will when we're done, yes. All right, let's do the second. Lori, we got one more. There's two of them. It's okay, second page. All right, Please raise your right hand. This is the
And the laws of the United States of America.
and the laws of the state of Oklahoma,
And the laws of the state of Oklahoma.
and that I will faithfully discharge,
And that I will faithfully discharge,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
the duties of my office or employment during such time as I am
the duties of my office or employment during such time as I am
State
city
Office.
treasurer.
All right, thank you. You guys will sign those. Let them.
Got it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, that's on the state statute.
Yeah.
Like I was signing stuff.
Thank you, ma'am.
Motor you get them information, but
Yeah.
I have to do no cost.
You have to do that statement of
I
non-compete.
guess I could do it pro bono. I don't know.
I'm just kidding. That's what Cynthia would say.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we welcome all of our new officers in the city of Pryor Creek. Welcome to your new term. I'm not aware of any petitions from the audience tonight. We do have our department heads reports. So I have to let everybody know there were a few that were on vacation or had other arrangements, so we'll go through those. We'll nail those first. Building inspector, Craig and I did 75 paid inspections for April. Additional 21 inspections with contractors with James and Cody from MUB about addressing issues that came up in the community. Cheryl assisted 45 permits during the month of April, worked with Trent Humphreys on issues he had for houses and abatement, attended the abatement meeting on the 17th, plan and zoning on the 21st, reviewed several plans for remodels, new homes, and had several homeowners and contractors calling or came into the office needing info about codes. We're going to excuse also tonight Buddy Glenn, who had some arrangements he had to go take care of. He said that the street department dipped ditches on South Taylor, Edith Street, Southeast 2nd, and Kauai, Bryan, Archer Street, mowed drainages and weed-eated and sprayed on Southeast 7th, Southeast 1st, Elliott, Goldie's, Ridgeview, Southeast 15th. Drainage pipes were put in at Southeast 1st Street, Bryan Street, and Southeast 15th Street. Those were also cleaned out, is I think what he means there. Cut down dead trees overhanging on South Van ground off the crosswalk by Jefferson School that was no longer needed. Trees on Southwest 9th Street were cut and hauled off. We did have a sinkhole that came up on Northeast 2nd and Indianola. Fixed with concrete and millings, cleaned out debris on drainage on Southeast 7th, mowing on the right-of-ways in between rainstorms. Carrie is on vacation this week. I'm going to hit the high points of hers. I think all of the council has emailed that earlier this week. Created 72 new library accounts in April. Checked out 2,434 physical items and 2,592 digital items. They answered 10,163 questions in April. Meeting rooms and study rooms were used 384 times. 3,033 people walked through our doors. That averages about 144 people every day that they were open. They're going to take a break from story time in May so the staff can get ready for summer reading, which starts June 5th. 31 applications for the part-time positions that they're now interviewing for. Heard from the Oklahoma Department of Libraries that ODL continues to receive for fiscal year 24 IMLS funding, which allows us to move forward with important projects and services across the state. They also have announced the fiscal year 25 awards are available for partial draw. Our budget is still looking solid. We've spent over 70% of the total budget. Staffing is at 68%, operations 77%, and we're now at 83% through the year. So if anybody has any questions, please reach out to Carrie.
Point of order.
I'm sorry,
I did petition to speak today.
I did not receive that.
Sorry, here on
That's not our petition list.
Okay.
Thank you.
Defendants, you'll receive your papers in the coming days from U.S. Marshal.
Thank you. Noted. Emergency management.
Just want to let you know that we did get the 25 EOP updated. Everything's went through. We made a couple of minor changes to the city level, basically that we're changing the mass notification company and what we're changing it to. The state and the county have both approved it already. We did make some changes to public health, pretty big changes to it, but that's at the for the state health department and the ambulance service at the county level, so it doesn't really fall on you guys to necessarily approve. But that's on the agenda for you guys to approve a little bit later on. We also have went through all of the training and everything we needed to do to change to the new mass notification company, HyperReach. The only thing we got left to do is get all the address points put in so everybody's addresses are exactly right. I don't like using the Google version or other mapping versions because they're not accurate. So it's going to take us a little bit, about another week or so to get all those loaded, and then once we get done, I'm hoping that the first meeting in June, council meeting in June, I can bring you guys the flyers to start signing up, and then we should be good to go that July 1st.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Anything wrong with the storm sirens before we?
The only thing we had an issue with was Walmart. We did get a guy to come look at it, and he got it corrected. There was just I think there was a wiring harness that was bad in it. So we haven't been able to fully test it yet because it's been every time that it's been raining, we can't set them off when it's raining. But we did a silent test on it, did work, everything looks good, so I think we're fine.
Thank you.
Johnny,
Yes.
Go ahead.
in the new budget year coming up, are you gonna be adding any or requesting any new sirens for any new locations around town or out in the rural areas of town?
I had hoped that I sent in for Cherokee Nation to hopefully get us 2 new sirens. Unfortunately, their funding wasn't coming through Cherokee Nation, it was coming through FEMA, and the president has cut off that funding. So that is not gonna work. We had a meeting last week and they told us that grant funding that was coming through has been removed. So if we wanted new sirens, it'll be something that we'll have to pay for ourselves here.
Okay.
Are you gonna be here when we cover that agenda item?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Fire, Chief Young.
This is kind of a fun time for us because school's starting to close down. So we've got a lot of visitors from the schools coming to see the police and fire station or inviting us to stuff. There's like a paint run coming up and stuff like that. So it's a fun time for us just because we get to go interact and let all those kids know that we're there for them. And if they need us, they see us out in public. If we're out eating or at Walmart, you know, they can always come give us a high five and say hi. So it's a cool time for us right now. So that's pretty much what we're doing. Y'all have any questions for us?
All right, thank you.
Good. Yeah.
Were you able to watch the O&I meeting?
Yes, I caught some of it, and I think me and the mayor need to get together and talk about some stuff and move forward with that, and hopefully get you something here pretty quick.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Golf, Dennis Bowman.
Good evening, everyone. Of course, the golf course has been wet like every place else, so it's sure nice to have some good cart paths out there. Because when they're able to play, we're still been pretty busy. So on April the 12th, we hosted the Wagner Special Olympics, and that was a big success. Brought in a lot of people, about 100 people from Wagner and around. So I think they raised $17,000, $18,000 for the Wagner Special Olympics. It was really good. The 10th, we did the Pryor Junior High Golf Tournament. On the 17th, did the high school girls. On the 24th, we did the high school boys. And on the 25th, we did the Brown and Brown Special Olympics. And I haven't got their totals yet, but I think they did real well also. And on the 26th, we did Swing for a Cause, which is a little baseball team that raised some money. And on 5/1, Gold Bond shut their plant down and brought 72 of their employees out and played. So that's really quite a good deal. I mean, they really do an outstanding job of taking care of those employees. So Pretty neat. Coming up Friday, we got the Pryor Main Street. So I think I talked to them today. They had 13 teams. So if anybody wants to put a team together, come out and play. There's still some spots available. On the 17th, we got the 3rd Annual Armed Forces Day benefiting the Oklahoma Freedom Flight. So still spots available in that. Come out. Encourage everybody to like us on Facebook, social media, share it. Try to get as many people out there and involved as we can to raise some money for them. On the 18th, we'll have the U.S. Kids Championships. There'll be kids coming in from all over the place, so that'll be a big tournament for them. It's their their spring, early summer championship, so it'll be a good one. But also on the 21st, we'll have the Diamond Bar Scramble. It's Coleman Proctor. He's a team roper, like always ranked in the top 10 in the nation, so he's really good, but he puts on a big tournament. A lot of cowboys come here in, and they play golf, and they raise money for different charities each year, so that's really good. We've started some bridge work, demolishing one of our bridges, and Jerry Cowan, as soon as it dries up, is going to get a crane out there. He's going to actually go ahead and start getting them put out. So really excited about that. We just need a little dry weather to be able to get a 70 or 100-ton crane out there. So hopefully, as soon as it dries up, we'll start getting some bridges. Park board meeting, we talked about kind of seeing what direction we want to go with carts and our capital improvement fund. So which some of the items we want to try to see on that. That's all I have. Anybody have any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question about an invoice. Should it be better here or later?
Well, I don't know what that invoice is.
It's got pencil marks on it, and I'm trying to understand what it, and what those actual amounts, the last page has some pencil marks and stuff.
So this is just the memberships and the maintenance, and those pencil marks that you see are just them. That's where they're checking them off and re-adding and calculating down through there.
That's from Darla.
Yep.
Darla does all that.
They go and they just confirm the amount. So the
And
pencil.
so that's
Yep.
that bonus.
Mm-hmm. Those are.
No, it's not a bonus. That's
No,
a CMS contract.
Yeah, this is the contract. And this just gives us the amounts of the totals from the days.
Because it said on their bonus, and I wasn't understanding what those pencil marks were regarding bonus. It was like over $5,000, and it says bonus, and I'm like, what is that? On the front, second page is bonus on the bottom.
Yeah, so part of the contract that they have is that they do get a bonus based on memberships, and that is calculated on these. Yep. So, but the pencil marks you're referencing are simply going through checking as they do the math. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other further questions? Please come out and see us. Like us on Facebook, all that good stuff, all right? Thanks.
Frank. There you are.
Well, like everyone, was kind of working around all the rains. Has kept us busy because they wreak havoc on the trails. And so it keeps them, we're always touching it up. Sometimes we know it's coming, we hold off, but we are dealing with a major drainage and washout issue at Centennial on the southwest corner that we're going to have to probably, this next year's budget, look into something. And of course, cemetery, you always hope we don't get these big rains because that's it really, right for Memorial Day. So, but right now, they've been in good shape, so hopefully we'll see how that goes. As of right now, the plan is to open the splash pad Friday, so the next couple of days on the rain, we'll hopefully, if I can get it tweaked and pressured, so we took some features off that were red and they fade out real bad, repainted them, spruced them up, but right now the plan is to have it open, ready to go Friday. Other than that, just dealing with the rain. So.
Do you think is a bridge bigger at that low water crossing than that? Because it's always washed out on the west side, or the east side.
At
Is that-
Centennial,
Yeah,
yeah, we're looking at that, but the main issue is actually up at the top, where and it kind of sets up there, and actually even one of those pads where the equipment is, my guys were telling me it's starting even to kind of affect that. So we can fix the washout. We had a plan for that, but we still got to do something with that up on top. Yeah. So, and it's been like that for a while, but
it's getting worse.
gotten worse and worse. Yeah. So.
I was just curious what the plan was. But.
Yeah, it's going to probably include a lot of riprap and we was talking about actually digging a hole and try to put a kind of drainage box with a pipe, but all that goes on the budget for probably for next year.
Yeah.
Frank, I got a couple of questions for you. The cemetery. I know that we're coming up on the new fiscal year, and I know it's been talked about for the past few years about the expansion of the cemetery. So is that going to be in this new year coming up, or is it still down the road for another couple of weeks?
In fact, that's why I was, yeah. I'm supposed to meet with them next week. They've got a new plan drawn up for me, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are we looking at this new
Probably
coming
not
fiscal year?
opening, but
But
at least get it all, get the next phase would be, roads, but yeah, so, yeah, we're
Okay.
going forward with it,
So probably within the next couple of years, it'll be
hopefully.
ready for sale.
Yeah.
Okay. And then also with all this rain we've had, I know that it's been talked about the past year about trying to do something to stabilize the rock wall on the north side as it's cutting through the highway there.
There's some plans, the street department kind of handled, but I think there is something in the plans that they got for that.
Yeah, we've had the engineer out there to look, and I think those 2,200-pound blocks that Buddy's been buying, the plan is to start at the street level and kind of clear back what we can and reinforce that with a double layer of those blocks, pack it behind there, see how that goes, and then maybe the next, it's going to be step by step. That's a pretty brittle wall, so.
So is that projected in this new fiscal year?
We're hoping to get that in the next year.
With all this rain we've had though, how's that holding up there? Any
So far,
evidence
so
of any erosion?
It's holding up pretty decent, I mean, I could go back for 10 or 15 years, you would have thought then, man, this is going to go any day now. But it keeps, back when I worked out there, almost 40 years ago. But as a summer kid, you could walk through there between the road and those weed eating. Yeah.
Can't do that anymore.
No, we can't do it no more. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, yesterday was my 32nd anniversary, just throwing that out there.
We can give you a applause for that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for your time with the city of Pryor. We appreciate it. Police and animal shelter.
So this month was a rainy month. I mean, obviously, a lot of rain. A lot of accidents this month and traffic. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the highway, but it's picking up. I don't know if we're talking about it today. 49th and Mill by Walmart's really backed up. Down by Come & Go's getting really backed up. So the lights are working. It's just a lot of traffic certain times of the day. School's about out, so that's going to help with the staffing levels and stuff. One of the big cases was storage buildings getting broken into. And a detective and another officer, Sean Scott, and Detective Allen worked the case, and within hours had a suspect vehicle off the flock cameras. We were able to track him down. It was just coincidence that he was back in town that same evening, and they were able to stop him, got some stolen property on him, and then found a storage building with stolen property up in Chelsea. So they were able to get some of the property back. Obviously, they turned this up pretty fast, but that's kind of some things going on this month. If you got any questions?
Traffic's backed up, nobody's running the red light.
That's true. That is true. I witnessed a car broke down right at the intersection. There was a lot of traffic.
I just was going to go back numbers. The intake this month was 53 and our outgoing was 42.
Dog calls or animal calls were up a lot this month too. So we had 68 animal calls. That's just what's reported. So.
Did I see that you guys got a box full of puppies?
Yeah, that happened
fostering
today.
out.
they happened to leave their address in the box. From String, just saying. Out loud.
Well, we'll get them.
Thank you.
All right.
Did you thank them for that information?
I mean, I really, you guys can tell me if this would be wrong, they left $20. We just sent them a thank you note for the, like a receipt for the
Yep.
$20. So they know that we know.
Mr. Moore with the rec.
Good evening. So, well, we got a couple things going on. In the maintenance world, we had some mirrors fixed, they were falling off the walls here a few weeks ago, so we had those reattached and adjusted them a little bit. Had our floors waxed, had some plumbing leakage in our pool heater system, got that taken care of, and then I noticed that on our utility bill, our gas bill was kind of high. Well, we discovered we have four gas valves leaking on the roof and a capped line that was leaking, so we're getting that taken care of on Friday. Membership-wise, we had 2,000 last month. Well, we're down just a little bit at 1,956, but I was looking back and we're still up 315 from a year ago at this time, so we're hanging in there. Had 575 members in our Cherokee Nation program, so that's strong. Financially, we're cash flowing. We're 6.8% under our budget through the officials' financials through February, so we're hanging in there. Aquatics, we had 11 public parties, 4 private. We had an Easter egg hunt on Saturday before Easter. We hosted the annual Inola boat races, and Cleora School of Systems came out as well. We had New Life Ranch, came and did some lifeguard certification and rented our facility for a couple of days. So with school being out, summer hours will begin here on May 28th. One of our goals, of course, I mentioned earlier in the year about marketing, trying to boost our membership, so that's still going on. We've added Instagram to our arsenal. And then Jess in fitness, one of our goals too was to have all of our instructors certified, and so we've done that this year as well. So just kind of keeping things moving. So any questions? All right, sounds good. Thanks.
All right. City Clerk?
I gave everyone a copy of what's been going on, and we decided that we get a milestone with getting Paylocity, our first payroll on the 2nd. We had a lot of hours put into this, a lot of hard work put into it, and we are focusing on the positives. There were a few issues to deal with, but not too many that we can't handle. Our efforts now are to get the new clerk in, to get her trained in, to hand this off, and to get her stabilized. And then I can move on to doing more of the city clerk role and get the financials rolling and working together with our treasurer. And I'm excited that Darla is now going to be able to help us more in that capacity as well. I put in my report that I wanted to give a shout out to Darla. She's vital to this office, and she participates in getting our time implementation taken care of, and working with all the department heads, making sure that's in well. She takes care of all the purchase orders, of course, and make sure that the bills are paid. Cheryl is wonderful in the community development side of everything, and she's bringing stuff back up to where it should be. Ashley, she's doing so great in the court side, and she's helping me with getting the grants taken care of. I'm working with our police department on their grants. Jay, she takes care of us as well as the mayor, with making sure you guys get everything you need. And Lisa will be with us until we get the new clerk stabilized. So I appreciate you guys sticking with us as we keep transitioning. You guys have anything that I need to do?
Sure.
Okay.
What do you think I'm gonna ask?
Are there any tort claims that have?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And then we have, you'll see that we've added the mayor's list on there. So we'll go through that real quick. One of the things that we were able to do this last year, or last month, put a lot of attention into applying for grants for the replacement of the restrooms at the tennis court pickleball. We were able to get letters of support and commitment from a couple of entities throughout town, including the school and some other private organizations. We got a verbal commitment. I have yet to receive their letter, or I asked them for a letter from a local business that has agreed to do all of the electrical and transitioning work, if that goes to fruition, for free. So that would be removed off of there. I asked them to send a letter stating that that commitment. That just hasn't come in yet because they made that commitment on Friday. So we're optimistic to see how that goes. We've got estimates from the engineer. We got estimates from several other companies on what that plumbing and such would look like. So we're gonna cross our fingers that that comes to fruition. One of the things that we did in collaboration with Main Street, the EDTA, and the Chamber is that we talked to the Department of Commerce to seek some assistance, not necessarily because we want it, but because we want the endorsement from the Oklahoma Department of Commerce film and music industry. They have, through the EDGE program that the Department of Commerce has, they do offer some endorsement and some assistance in the production side of things in terms of producing, not producing the music, but helping you with the events. And so we talked to them, and they strongly suggested that Pryor look at signing up for a film-friendly community, especially since we were able to film last year parts of the Res Dogs at our local Pete's Drive-In / Sonic. And so as they went through Pryor, they were very impressed with some of the locations. One of the things that they were looking for is a cornfield. I think we can find one for them. But they were also very interested in locations like the Allred Theater. Thunderbird really caught their attention. They said they get a lot of requests for that. That's not anything that costs the city any more than filling out applications and supplying them with some photos of those areas. That'll put us on a national database with the other 39 communities in the state that are film friendly. So that does give us the opportunity to be listed on that registry if they come here and they film. Department of Commerce helps with that. So that was a conversation that was pretty good. We've been keeping up on the Highway 20 project, the old Highway 20 project. I try my best to get out there twice a day. They're getting some of that patchwork done on the base down through there on the east side of the project. They're moving slow, but they're getting there. So we're just going to keep on that. Talked to Dale about the Elliott Drainage Project. We've kind of got some preliminary ideas on how they're going to attack that and get that going. You'll see that down on 15th Street, the street department went in and replaced that culvert. We got that moving in the heat of all of the drainage. Went out, drove some of those at night to see how they were filling up, and it was moving through there. So it's just a lot of water. You know, I want everybody to remember when those drainage areas are backing up, most of them have been cleaned. It's just a lot of water and the ground is pretty saturated. So all of that is moving on top of the ground. We've been working a lot on the behind the scenes for the Bluegrass and Barbecue Festival. At this point, working with Brent Bingham, who's going to be the one that's going to arrange the lineup and do the contract works and arrange everything for that. He's out of Claremore, which is kind of cool to have somebody semi-local that can seek out the artists, line them up. We've got a preliminary lineup ready to go, and so we're buttoning down a few last names on that. Some of those names are pretty big names. I will share one of them just to kind of spark some interest. Is the Cox family. If you're familiar with some of the music from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? They wrote that music. So we're excited. Good caliber event coming too. We're working with local group to do the car shows, the barbecue competition. We've got social media that we're trying to get started up on that. All of those things to get that going. I've talked to, yesterday I talked to Tahlequah about how that's going to intertwine with the Bluegrass and Chili Festival that decided to move down there. That was a healthy conversation. They had a lot of questions. Of course, we give our support to the town of Tahlequah. We wish them well. We're here if they have any questions or needs. We will provide them whatever we can. Freedom Fest is moving along. We're seeking the sponsors for that, like we do every year. Bruce and the gun range has been going along pretty good. We had to put some no trespassing signs out there. I want to remind everybody that is an active construction site, and the equipment that is out there is very large, very heavy, and very dangerous equipment. And when they are on that dozer and they're going up an incline, all they see is sky. And the gentleman that was on the operating the dozer a couple weeks ago came off of that incline, and as the front end of that dozer came down, there was a lady out there walking around, and he was very concerned that he almost crushed her. That is not the place that we want the public out walking around while that equipment is out there. So please understand that's very dangerous out there during the construction. But the rifle range is looking good. It looks like they're going to be pushing about 200 yards on that rifle range. We've talked about the concrete pad placement and how that needs to be done. And so Dale and I went out there with his engineers. We've talked to them, and that's moving along really well. We've been working to locate a temp person to help us do the mowing. We thought we had one hired, and this morning he sent a text. Unfortunately, he got the mower stuck in the mud twice yesterday, and then sent a text and said he didn't want to be a burden, so he left. So we'll be back at that. We've worked with Mr. Dinsmore this last month to get some strategic dumpsters placed on the west side to help the residents get some things cleaned up. And he is donating those dumpsters for short periods of time in those strategic locations that will allow Officer Humphreys to go and put some door hangers and say, hey, if you need to use a dumpster, there's one over there for you. Feel free to use it. And so that's kind of a collaborative effort between the judges and the code enforcement and the abatement officers and the trash company. We did find that, talking to our county commissioner, that there are some options we might have going forward to look at in terms of maintaining roadways and alleyways, that they can provide some of the service of laying down asphalt in the areas for a very, very reduced cost. So we've talked with Mr. Grossman about that. He is on board to continue those conversations going forward. We've got a Pryor Creek Events through the EDTA is working to put together a web page, so we've been collaborating with them on that. 2 weeks ago, I think, Mr. Lamar, we launched the Time Frame app. Was that 2 weeks ago? Yeah. If you haven't had a chance to look at that, that is an app that you can download on your phone that Main Street, Mr. Lamar, who else has been on that? There's been a whole army of people working with that. But the idea is that you can take your phone, once you've downloaded the app, and go to specific places in town, like, for example, across from Sandusky's, and you point your phone at Sandusky's when you get to that part of the tour, and you tap the button, and it puts up what used to be there at various times, and it gives a history and a detail, and it talks about it. And then it says, now go 500 feet this way, go to this location, and point your phone that way. And so what we want to do is we want to encourage everybody to try to do that. I know Nina went out and you walked some of that, didn't you?
Very fun.
Very, very cool. It gets you out. It is a lot of walking. We take you from the Chamber building down to the PYO, across the street, and back down to about where the Chamber's at. So it is a lot of walking, a lot of stopping, but a lot of really cool stuff. So please get out, check that.
May I add something on that?
Yeah, please.
There are some bugs still to be worked out on
There are
it.
a few, yeah.
And it does have some really cool old pictures of Pryor and what those buildings were, and a narrative history of that building with a narrator talking
Yeah, it's
about it.
very cool. Yes, but like I said, put on your tennis shoes because it is a lot of walking. Right-of-ways for mowing, we tried to identify those, get those set up so that those bids can be prepared for tonight's agenda item. Hannah and I met with ComSource to discuss our workman's comp claims from previous years and where we stand on that and how that's going to go. And we discussed with them some safety measures that we can take. And going forward as a city, we'll discuss those with our department heads on how we want to attack that. And then yesterday, a few of us went down to the Capitol. It was Main Street Day at the Capitol. I took that opportunity with Bridget. We met with some of the senators and representatives to discuss some of the issues that we've been having with ODOT, mainly for the streetscape, as well as some of the things that we've had through town and the Highway 69 lights. And so that was a pretty beneficial day. I think we did okay down there getting our message across. So, any questions?
Yes, I've got a couple of questions.
All right, let's hear them.
The budget, that was not addressed in your report. When is the budget going to start being, I'm assuming the budget is being worked on. What is the plan for when it's going to be done with some progress and input from counselors on the budget?
So the goal is to really get moving heavy, hardcore on that next week. I've talked to a few of the council members about their involvement in that potentially. I talked to Jeff today. Again, excusing Jeff, he's been down with some personal health issues that have been very less than pleasant. He will be, should be able to begin discussing some things with us on that next week, projections. I think what we're going to do is we're going to take it one department at a time and go through there. And so as we get down through that, our goal is to have that done and ready and prepared and approved by the middle to end of August when that's due.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
And then also the dumpster on the west side. I want to commend you and Judge Nefsker and Mr. Dinsmore for getting all that worked out, and also Officer Humphreys. I was over there today at that specific dumpster at that house today, and it's completely full, and they're starting to stack stuff on the west side of it. So better call Dinsmore and Marty empty it so they don't just pile it up. Yes,
I'll have
but it's full.
Okay.
And then also I want to mention something about bathrooms, but it's going to be good.
Let's hear it.
I want to commend you for getting the ball rolling on the citizen issue that came up here about a month ago with the bathrooms at the tennis courts. I know there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes on that, and input from a couple of private citizens on that to try to get the ball rolling on that, and I appreciate you getting that started.
So if you'd like, Terry, I want to kind of discuss how that kind of came to.
Sure.
I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it because it's not really an agenda
Sure.
item, but it was one of mine. So last year, Frank, I'm not going to throw you under the bus. That's not the intent. So it is what it is. The bathrooms at the tennis courts are pretty well seasoned. We'll just say that. They've had a lot of use. When we go through and using our new placer data, we can see how many people have been at the tennis courts. Last year, there were 90, I believe it was 9,100 pings at the tennis pickleball courts during that pickleball season. So beginning of February till I think I put in May 22nd, which is when Roy, thank you, I was thinking Evans. Roy Jackson said that was the end of the season. So that's a lot of people using that facility. And so
And tennis, just not pickleball.
yes, and tennis, and then schools come and whatnot. And so last year, I kind of talked with Frank and I said, hey, we got to get them moving. We had an assessment done, and it was gonna be very, very, very expensive to get those up to new par where they needed to be. It's not in our budget. And so I told Frank, I said, we need to get them up, we need to get them open, and we need to at least get them usable. They did a good job of getting them usable. Mind you, they are not new. They are worn and they are battered and torn. And so they've gone in, they painted them, they took out the mud dauber's nests, they got all that done. They got them to where they were usable, and they've locked them. I get a call from one of the mothers, a very respectful call from one of the mothers. Mayor, what's the problem? The bathrooms are locked. I'm tired of my girl having to walk across the street, and she's got to go to the bathroom in the middle of a tennis match. And I said, well, they should be up and going. We have confirmation they were good, so let me call Frank. I called Frank and I said, I think I was pretty aggressive with you, and more or less said, Frank, why in the heck are they not operable? And he said, they are, but the coaches have the keys. Okay, so I called her back and I said, the coaches have the keys. They need to unlock them. So if they're locked, that's because the coaches didn't unlock them. So they're usable, they're good. I've been inside both, checking the male and the female side. Toilets are operable, sinks are operable, the mirrors are clean, there's stacks of new rolls of toilet paper, paper towels to go, but they're not a Taj Mahal. So there was some, at that point we kind of started looking at options, what we could do, having the ball discussed on what we could do to fix them up. Then we brought in some other elements, some other discussion about some grants that were available, capital improvement grants that were available, whether it's through Cherokee Nation, whether it's through the T-Mobile grant, whether it's through Grand Gateway. All of those have, I will tell you, have been applied for. We have some renderings of what those would look like. The request was that because of the use the school has there, they need them not just cleaned up and working, they need storage for all of their gear, and they would like to, if we're gonna do it, have a small concession area so that they could, what they're now doing on a folding table, they'd like to have inside a room. So when we sent out for the grants, we just included that in there. We have not heard back from those grants. We probably won't for another month or two, if anything. We got confirmation that one grant can match another grant. So we're hopeful that those are there. We've got an overall cost is going to probably be about $200,000, including the labor that would have been there for the electrical. We have a local company that at this point, until that letter has come out, has asked to stay anonymous, has offered to do all of the electrical switchover work on that and the plumbing and such. So that would take about $50,000 off of the needed monies there. Again, like I said earlier, we got grant matches, we've got letters of confirmation and assistance going out from the Larimore Family Farms is going out to look for businesses and individuals that would be willing to help cover the cost of that. I'm grateful for that. Also, we've got letters of support from the school and from some other entities that are willing to say, hey, we stand behind this for that grant process. So that said, we went back to Frank and said, can we power wash them? Can we clean them? Can we do whatever? What little bit of life can we get out of them? Please understand that they are doing their best to get all of those bathrooms throughout the city cleaned and taken care of. Some of the problems that we are facing are that people are going inside and zip tying the doors shut. That said, when they're zip tied shut, it makes it hard to open without breaking something. The vandalism is still a thing. The police department makes their patrols. They do what they can, but they, can't always get out and go check and make sure somebody's in the bathroom. So they are being cleaned. They are being taken care of to the best of our ability, and we'll continue to do what we can. We are going to continue to try to address the other areas in the city that need bathrooms as well. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay.
And to piggyback that, Frank, I want to commend Dusty and Dawn and your crew, because I visit with Dusty often, and he tells me about the daily. Thank them very much for all they do to try to keep those things clean. I know it's hard.
That's all I've got.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
A few months ago, we were discussing and talked about buying a radar trailer. Where did we end up with that? What's the status?
The status on that is the cost has been ridiculous, so it's just a matter of continuing to look for something cheaper than $18,000.
So I thought, I could be wrong, but there's different degrees of that trailer we could take off of and make it cheaper, instead of having the deluxe whistle bells stuff.
He's gonna be at the conference in 2 weeks that I'm going to. I've been emailing him, and he'll have a lot of information down there. The one he sent me that you were talking about was 16,000.
Is that TAPCO?
I have to look at the
That's
company,
what I've been-
but he's gonna be down at the chief conference, so, I'm gonna talk to him down there.
I would think, if you get just basically what we need, the readout and the red and blue lights and not everything else, on it should be around 12 now.
Yeah, the one he sent me with everything was like 16, so. But I am looking into it in 2 weeks. I'm gonna meet with him.
Thank you. All right,
One more question.
one more. All right.
Have we made application with the Cherokee Nation for summer help?
Yes, we have, sir. So here's where we're at. The applications have all been submitted. They've all been faxed off, emailed, or whatever it was. Jay scanned them and sent them off to her. Here's where we get to, is we get to the point where everything is filled out, and then they call us back and go, okay, who do you want?
So that's what we're waiting on?
So I told him, I said, I don't have any names of people specifically who I want that I know fit the qualifications for that. So they're in the process right now of going through and seeing who they have.
You know, I understand that there's a problem with young ages and lawnmowers and weed eaters, but I also understand they have people that's in college, so.
Yeah, so
surely we can get some older.
we've
people
requested
requested.
18 and older, and that covers us, so
So that's been sent in, we're waiting on them.
we're waiting on them right
Okay.
now. And
But they're wanting you to submit names of specific people they
so
want you to hire to work.
that's
for you.
always their first question is, who do you want, or who do you know, or like, who do you want? And I don't have a database of names of,
You would think that they would have people that,
yeah.
in their database of people that need a job and have applied for summer help, and then they pick the person.
And that's what
and
we
send it
told
to
them
that.
we're interested in, so, we'll see what they come back with.
Okay.
Those have been sent out for several departments. All right, consent agenda. Are there any items that we need to pull?
Letter G,
What was that?
G as we go.
I don't need to pull it, but on K, it says body work, it should be body worn.
Do we need to pull that and Scrivener's error that?
I think as long as you put that in the minutes, you're fine.
I would like to pull K anyway, so.
Okay. Then we will do that. All right, do I have a motion for all except for G and K?
So move.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Gonthier and a second from Shropshire.
Mm-hmm.
You ready? Call for the vote.
Mark,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw. Yes. Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Item G, approve the 2025 Emergency Operations Plan.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Shropshire and a second from Lamar.
I have a question. I understand that there were some changes made. Were those sent in any kind of a format where we could see what's been changed?
Yeah, so we have it electronically, and the book is, Mayor, do you have the book, or is it still sitting in there at Jay's?
It would be in there.
Jay's office.
Yeah, I don't have that here.
But has it been sent to council to see what was changed?
I'm not sure if she sent it or not.
That was not included in, I don't have it on the.
Yeah.
Or on the.
Yeah, it was a hard copy that's in there in her office. If there's something that you need me to send to you, we can send it and put it on the
I'd
agenda,
just like to see the changes.
agenda for next time if you need to.
Yeah, I just don't have it, without looking at it, it's not fair to the citizens to prove something I haven't seen.
Okay?
That's all.
Yeah, and we can do that next, it's not mandatory to have it tonight. I mean, I can send it to
Because
you
it's a very
electronically.
valuable, important thing to have, and we need to check it.
Okay, so you're suggesting you'd like to have that sent out and then brought back on the next agenda?
Yes, sir, if you would, please, I'd appreciate it.
So you want to change to no action?
Or table it to the next meeting.
Table it. to the
Excuse
next
me.
meeting.
Okay, table. I'll change my motion to table.
Thank you.
Me too. I'll Change the second to table it to the next meeting.
Did you get that, Hannah? Okay. Further discussion on item G. Call for the vote when you're ready.
Pryor,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Item K, we will acknowledge a Scribner's error. It should say body worn, not body work. Approve an expenditure in the amount of $14,381.25 to Motorola Solutions for Video Manager EL licensing for body worn and in-car camera systems to be paid from Police Equipment Capital Outlay 44445524.
Motion?
Second.
We have a motion from Choya, a second from Brashears. Discussion?
Yes. Chief Cantrell, I have two questions.
Yep.
Number one is, has this been gone out with the city's bid policy to bid it? I saw only one package one bid in the package.
It's already in place. It's the yearly license fee through Motorola for the watch guard system. So we can get in the evidence library to look at the videos. It's a yearly cost that's in place with the camera, in-car camera and body worn camera. So we purchased it when we bought all the stuff.
Okay, so this is just the annual license, so has it gone up since last year?
I don't think so. You
It
think it
goes
went
up
up
with
any?
the number of cameras, so yes, it's gone up.
Okay. It's off your, how many body worn cameras you have and the in-car cameras you have.
So the per unit is
All right.
roughly the same? The per unit is roughly the same, but the volume of, the numerical volume we have?
Correct, yes,
Okay,
the cost is the same, but the number of units is
all right,
not.
thank you. Didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted that.
And that was when we transitioned from the old cameras to the new camera. It was the same evidence library, just we got that grant that purchased more cameras.
Okay, and then second one is, how much money do you currently have in that capital outlay?
Have to pull that one up. Darla's one on that one. That one has extra funds in it. I mean, we had blankets in it. Trammell just closed some out of that.
There's funds to cover it, what you're asking is I had to close some other blankets to make sure the funds were available to cover the cost of this.
In Darla's system, when we turn in a purchase order, it'll flag it if, it's over in that account. So that fund's healthy in the capital outlay account.
Well, I get that it's healthy, but how healthy is it? What is the numbers that's in it?
I can't tell you the
Current
number right now.
Because we spent a lot of money out of that capital outlay almost several times, a lot of council meetings. So I was just curious as to how much money we have left in that.
Correct. And we're working with
How much
Cassell so I
was
can see that because I can't see that.
Give me a second, I'll pull it up.
Mike Cassell.
Used to, Troy, every time we would say something, you'd have that number right there at us, but something happened. I don't know what.
Well, what happened was.
And we only have two capital outlay accounts. We've got the vehicle lease account and then the
Okay.
equipment account, so that's why.
Excuse me.
All right over there?
Pardon?
You all right?
Yeah.
Okay. That is four
Nice
four
allergy season.
444.
445,
It's 445.
5424.
Thank you. It looks like, let's change let me get it to the right date period here. I'm learning this Cassell thing, y'all, so. I think we'll get some updated numbers when that's finalized through Lori, so.
Yeah, it's back to February.
Yeah, we're still showing some February numbers.
That one is a healthy account though. That one is one I don't worry about.
Have not been added in there yet, so
And Trammell keeps an Excel document that shows what we have when we
I'll follow up with that in the morning and let you.
So our current figures that we're using to go by is from February, and we're into May, and we're still spending a lot of money.
No, it's not showing the closed amounts in there yet, so those blankets, so.
I was showing we've used around 203.
Yeah.
It's the 275.
Yeah, so the budget was 282. We've, as of April 30th, it shows that we've used 203. So
283
$203,000.
Of 280 budgeted.
out of 280?
So 77 roughly.
Yeah.
And without the licensing, the cameras don't work, so. there's no-
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Is there further discussion on K? Okay. Go ahead and call for the vote.
Bradshaw, Yes. Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
No.
Shropshire.
Yes.
Item 6, Mayor's Report. Item A, discussion and possible action to allow the cemetery department to hire 2 temporary employees for summer help to assist in the upkeep and the weed eating of the grounds.
Motion.
We have a motion from Charles,
Second.
a second from Gantier.
I have a question I would like to ask. I know we are still technically in a hiring freeze, but we've been lifting it as needed. But what happened to that verbiage about the responsible hiring and stuff as a reminder that, hey, we've got to really look at every one of these very, very closely? I'd like to see that language come back.
Did you forget it?
I didn't forget it.
Oh, well,
I
okay.
just think it helps send a reminder that we have to be very, very careful.
Okay.
It's an ever-present reminder.
My question on money is, should we wait to see what we get from Cherokee
That's
Nation?
exactly what I was gonna ask. Would it be too difficult to wait till the next meeting, see what the council,
Yeah.
see what the nation comes back
So
with?
either way, even if we do use the Cherokee, y'all still not getting it. They don't, that's bonus extra help. They don't replace the summer help. They're just for a few weeks. The summer help's a whole nother 6 weeks after the Cherokee youth quit. They'll be done like July 1st. That's like, I'm already a man short, full-time man. I'm just asking for 10, it's just for a few months. It's not like permanent temps. It's just summer jobs.
Are you gonna use Cherokee summer help if you get it?
I'll still use them, but they don't replace the summer help. That's just for a few week program. They don't do the whole summer. That's from was it June 1st to July 1st or something?
Yeah, and just so everybody's aware that with the Cherokee help as well, part of their application process lists the things that they cannot do, and it includes things like not poking light at it, but it has a lot to do with labor laws and things. They're not allowed to do anything with a motor on it. They can't do drills. They can't. The limitations are pretty steep on what they can and can't do. So
I'll use them big time at the park. We got all kinds of painting, raking, cleaning to do, but with the rains we're having with no kids, I got 2 guys. They can't mow and weed eat it, so we spray. But when they spray, that takes away from mowing. Then you get behind and grass gets.
I would assume you mow one time, spray the next. You don't have to mow every time you spray. Right?
No, we mow every week. Yeah, and trust me, I've gotten complaints big time if we let it get behind, and
So Frank, what is the time period for these summer hires, and do you have an estimated cost associated with it?
I've got 10,000 budgeted in the budget. I budgeted for 2. In the past, I used to do 3, and we always used to try to get them even a week or 2 before Memorial Day. That was the big thing to help us get ready for Memorial Day. I think school goes till later this year.
22nd.
So, I would ask them the day school's out to try to,
So is it like into May through into September, or
It's,
into August, or?
as soon as school's out to about whenever school starts, usually the 1st or 2nd week of August. Most of the time
So
they
how much
quit
are we
me a week
talking?
early.
Full 10,000, or?
No, I don't think, no, that's why I budgeted 10. I think
You
it,
budgeted for 3
no, I budgeted, it was just for 2.
at the 10.
Yeah, because it depends when they start.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it'll be about 8,000 for 2.
Hey,
Is that for the entire summer, or is that till June 30th when the new budget year?
That's for the whole summer.
Okay.
Yeah, not just at the end of the fiscal year. That's
So part of it's by next year's budget.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mayor, I understood you say that you cannot hire any of the Cherokee help to use any kind of mechanical equipment, is that correct?
Yeah, they're pretty,
That sounds kind of odd.
well, yeah, I mean, I can show you the application form and where it shows that on there. They're pretty,
Is that by age or by period?
yeah, it's by age. I
Well, they
mean,
got 22-year-olds working.
yeah, if we can get them older, that's the preference. That's why I say when we put
So
that
the
out.
older ones can operate, the younger ones can't.
Correct.
But that's different.
That's why we-
I'll still use
I
them.
want
it's
to
just
be clear, that's why when we fill out that application, we put specifically 18 and older, with a preference of 21 and older.
And 18 and older can't operate a weed eater or whatever.
Correct.
Okay.
that, you know, that first week in June after Memorial, well, I say in June, the first week after Memorial Day, that's usually when I try to do a project because cemeteries covered with flowers. So it's out, and usually that's when tree trimming, do a big project, get the park. So I'll take the youth kids, but they don't replace, they're just kind of added bonus. So I made it last year without the kids, but we didn't, it was rough.
Pretty dry too, though.
Yeah, that's.
Do we have to establish a starting rate whenever we approve this?
A starting grant?
Don't we have to
I think it's set
don't we
up
have to state the salary
to-
that we're hiring him at?
Oh, I would, yeah, but whatever you're putting in. I mean, if we're doing 10, then whatever you're contracting.
It's like 10 an hour.
So I just want to throw this out there, just you guys do what you want with it. As we've been looking for the temp help to help Gary, we've had 2 hits and one of them came back. We interviewed him. He came back and we found out through that interview process that he had actually at one point been terminated from the city because of whatever happened years and years ago, and told Gary that he was not going to work for the rate that we had and he would only work for more. So that didn't pan out. And then the one that we had that started yesterday was a hard dig to find at that $13 an hour. And with that, Express has already said that they're going to work with us to get as much out of that we can, but they're not getting any hits for anybody to do labor work at that price. I'm not campaigning one way or the other, I'm just throwing that out there for.
Are we looking at hiring something for Gary and hiring something for him too? Is that 4 employees?
No, I'm just trying to get like high school
Gary's
kids
has already been approved.
to
Gary's
weed,
has already been approved, so.
basically
Okay,
weeding.
Gary's men help him do his then.
That's been the intent, we just have to get somebody that'll work for that rate.
Bruce, on Gary's men, I'm gonna help you out here, Mayor. Gary's men, we don't have them. He had one that didn't pan out, and then the other one, he just told us at the beginning in his report that he had got his lawnmower stuck yesterday and quit. So we don't have anybody. And then they say that they're not gonna work for the money we're gonna pay them.
How are we hiring for him and they'll work, but we can't hire for Gary and they'll work?
Well, mine are just high school kids.
He's
Gary's is older.
He's looking to hire
Just
kids specifically.
Temp, summer.
Gary's
fall,
is going to be doing much more mowing in much more locations, as well as needed to kind of work alone, if you will, if needed. So put the mowers on the trailer, drive it from location A to location B to location C, back to A, mow here, move there, so they're mobile. But that work description is also, if there's downtime, to be working on the care and maintenance of those machines or helping Frank with cemetery and care.
I guess I'm not being clear on my question.
Yeah.
Why can't we hire, however we're gonna hire Gary, 2 people, and let them assist when they can to do the cemetery?
There's 10,000 stones at the cemetery and fences to weed eat. What little assist we would get from Gary's by the time they've done their jobs would be a section. I mean, it wouldn't be much help.
You're wanting to hire high schoolers?
We've only done it for 20 years. That's just summer
Now, a while ago,
job.
we couldn't do it with Cherokees because it's too young, but now we can hire high schoolers that's not Cherokee.
Different.
That's kind of
Okay,
Well,
so
Cherokee set their rules. Ours just goes by the state labor or whatever. It's always been I mean, they still have to be like 16 for
So
us.
let me read this to you, and I pulled up this is from the application that I get from Brenda at Cherokee Nation. It says 16 and 17-year-olds, prohibited jobs for Oklahoma youth. Minimum age of 18 when the minor is employed by parents. So that's why we say we're requesting 18.
Okay.
This is a list, so be prepared. Prohibited occupation, manufacturing of strong explosive or storing of explosives, motor vehicle driving and outside helper on motor vehicle, coal mining, occupations in the forest fighting, forest fire prevention, timber tract operations, forestry service, logging and sawmilling, power-driven woodworking machines, exposure to radioactive substances, power-driven hoisting apparatus including forklifts, power-driven metal forming, punching, shearing machines, mining other than coal mining, operating power-driven meat processing equipment including meat slicers and other food slicers, power-driven bakery machines including vertical dough or batter mixers, power-driven balers, compactors, or processing machines, manufacturing bricks, tile, and kindred products, power-driven circular saws, bandsaws, chainsaws, that list goes on and on. Wrecking, demolition, shipbreaking operations, roofing operations, and all work on or about a roof, excavation operations.
That applies to us. You left out forest firefighting, but we won't do that either.
No, I got forest firefighting.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, that was like the
Well, that's
halfway
just,
through.
that's silly. We're not wanting to do that. We're wanting somebody to mow grass. Mow grass right along
I know,
the weed.
but if
Not
we're
work
gonna,
coal mines or anything else.
Bruce, if we're gonna take on the Cherokee Nation help, we're gonna abide by what they've requested.
Okay, but
What
we're
we're
not
looking-
doing any mining. We're talking about mowing grass.
Bruce, what I'm getting at is that Frank is looking to tempt kids for a longer season than that Cherokee Nation help is even available. So he's got a longer period that goes into the next fiscal year.
Okay.
These kids are through the 1st of July from, what, June 1st? It's 6 weeks is all they get, and there's limited things. So we've requested from the Cherokee Nation, if they have somebody for us, we want them to be 18 and older, so that list doesn't apply.
I accept all that.
So what I'm
glad-
saying is in addition to those 6 weeks of labor help that they pay for, that they pay about $11 an hour, and I don't have any say or direction or comment on what Cherokee Nation pays their people. That's them. We get the help, they help us out, we will be grateful for whatever they can send us. Frank's request is though for people that we are employing through Express that aren't bound to those same regulations that we can do more with. And what I'm saying is the one that Gary had for a day, was instructed clearly that in the presence of additional time, or if there's downtime, they would be out helping Frank either mowing the soccer fields or cemetery or weed eating or helping maintain materials and things, or going over and helping Jim at the park or the ball fields. So it will be a collaborative effort with a priority to the many properties outside of Frank's responsibilities that we have to mow.
Well, out of all this we've discussed, the biggest question I've got is why can't we hire his people through temporary, like he's hired his people temporary, and get the people hired?
Gary's?
Yeah, Gary.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
But you can't hire anybody temporary through there, through temporary services for Gary?
We're
But
struggling.
You can hire him through Frank?
Frank can hire younger that would be more likely to work at that cost.
Bruce, you're not comparing apples with apples. When he's talking about temporary, there's temp services through Express, and then there's temporary city summer help employees. And Frank is doing his as temporary summer help employees through the city, not through a temp agency.
Gary's helper would be kind of, when I hire the seasonal guy that mows the ball fields, you can't, like during school day, you can't get younger people to do that kind of job. They usually want benefits and, or they're in school and they have to go to school, so it's usually, it's people that's out of school, and it's a whole different, you're talking two different kinds of.
Well, I understand you don't have the people you need. I understand. We've discussed that before, and I don't have an argument with that. I'm just trying to figure out this hiring process process, how he's gonna do all of it. That was my question.
I'm just looking
I
for
don't doubt that you need.
kids to weed eat, you know, the stones at the cemetery. I don't need mower guys, you know, at the cemetery. I need somebody weed eating the stones to try to, you know, so we don't have to spray. It takes away from the mowers when it takes a few days just to spray it out. And then we get complaints about the yellow and how it looks. But once we get behind and when we get caught up, man, I've gotten chewed royally. You know, the grass on stones and stuff.
With Memorial Day coming up, the mayor's office and maybe council's and the city clerk's office is gonna catch hell from people that go out there for Memorial Day and that there's weeds 3 or 4 feet high and we haven't done anything to mow it because we won't let him hire the high school kids to do it.
Back to Tyler's question there, what would be the hourly rate we would?
In the past, as far as I know, like outdoor tents, I think they make 10, so we pay express, it's like 13 something,
Okay,
I think.
and you've never really had problems when you've gone out to find the kids, you can usually find?
The last couple, well, we didn't get any last year, so prior to that, last year or two, yes, I had, used to, in the old days, by March, you know, dads or whoever be calling me, hire my son. But it has been even harder for me to get kids. I'm trying to get approved now. If you wait too late, then they'll already have summer jobs.
So I think
How long has it been $10 an hour?
it's
Quite
in
a
that
few
number.
years,
Say,
yeah.
One of the things that we're running into, and this, we'll go back, when I was still at the store, we were paying $10 an hour, and we were struggling to get high school kids 15 hours a week at that. I know, you know, when I started, and we all have our stories, I'm not trying to do a comparison or whatever. I started at Crossroads Bar and Grill at 14, making $4 an hour. I'm sure it was much less.
Oh, when I started, yeah.
But the idea is,
5.5.
where we're at now, even in Pryor in our economy, is that starting wage, even for minors. And this is what Sarah and Cinnamon and the girls at Express are saying, is that you can't get them for that rate. They won't work. They'll go to Brahms where they can start at 12 to 14 an hour, or they'll go to Walmart, or they'll go, you know, somewhere else and make it. It's the wages have gone up, and we're going to have to be reactive to that going forward. But
What about the sense of civic service?
you want to go out with me next week? It's pretty wet.
Well, I think it is, what you're saying is ridiculous, thinking about it for $10 an hour.
Right.
So we're gonna have to pay more than that, I'm sure. I'm just questioning all these ideas and trying to figure out something, but I know he needs the help, I won't disagree with that. But I don't think you can hire anybody at 10.
No.
Yeah, there's no guarantee I'm just looking for 2, and there's no guarantee I'll even get a couple, but, you know, if I wait too late, then those kids that might have worked might have other jobs, you know, school's fixing to let out, so.
Do we have further discussion?
I'm glad to hear that we're gonna reach out to the Cherokee Nation and use that as well, though. And hopefully that'll save us from having to have 3 or 4. And I don't know what the dollar amount needs to be, but I would agree with Bruce that $10 isn't probably gonna get us anybody, and we're gonna be back here in a month saying,
And we'll have lost our window of opportunity.
So do you think we should just say now that needs to be $12 or $14?
can we do it a do not exceed amount?
I mean,
Yeah, I don't think you can get anybody at 10. I think if we're gonna do it, we might as well get it to 12 or 14 and be done with this.
You might get somebody at 10, but you don't want that one that's gonna be $10 an hour.
You want to make that suggestion?
I think Charles made the motion, but could we amend it for an amount not to exceed a certain amount?
Sure, what amount you want?
I think 13's a good round number.
Well,
Cause lawn care is hard.
is it,
I don't-
figure up the hours don't exceed what I budgeted? Is that what you're saying? Or-
A salary not to, I mean, it's probably gonna go into what you've budgeted, but again, that ends June 30th.
But if that
thought Ms.
child gets $13 an hour, then Express Services is gonna get what, 16?
If you bump it up, then they get more.
Yeah.
I thought.
Well, no,
Mr.
wait a
Buffington
minute, are we
can't hire anybody
hiring
at
them through
13.
Express or, I'm confused now, because I thought we were hiring them as city temporary employees, not through Express.
Summer kids are just through Express temps, yeah.
There you go, Terry. That's what
Okay, all right, sorry about that, Bruce, I'm all confused now too.
Yeah.
But-
Is that way, if one don't work out, you can just say, hey, call Express, send me another one, this guy didn't.
So
He's paying.
Well,
at $12 or $13 an hour, how much do we pay Express? Is what we need
There's a
to do.
percentage
Yeah, I don't
thing, it's
so
It's 20% for round numbers, I think,
20%?
ish.
So at 13 of 260, 1560.
At 15, we'd be paying 18, so.
But is that not what we're trying to hire people for Mr. Buffington with, was that 13?
Yeah, we were going for 13, so we,
And there's nobody applying, so
yeah, it's a hard hit, so. And just keep in mind, if we do find somebody for Mr. Buffington, they will be,
So you think 13 for salary?
if they can't find anybody for him, I'm not sure that's enough.
now keep in mind for Gary, we are looking for older help, so. we
Okay,
are-
well then that might
But
work.
that would be a different agenda item
But
at another
Frank,
time.
no, that's.
yeah,
already
there's
approved.
two different jobs on mine and Gary's,
Frank's kids are not gonna be driving truck with a trailer, backing it in and out,
strictly weedy.
yeah.
Can we not just ask Express what the rate is, and we establish a rate not to exceed, but use the rate that they establish? I don't know if that's a possibility or not, but
Yeah. Do what?
You just say not to exceed, because then you're just authorizing him to hire at whatever negotiation below that.
You're gonna have to say not to exceed $15.
I mean, I could, worst case scenario, like I said, that week after Memorial Day, cut them loose to save some money if it came down, or, but
and-
hopefully they come back. But like I said, the budget's just through June 30th anyway, then.
yeah. I just think, I don't wanna come back here in a month and be haggling over, we can't find anybody because we didn't make the dollar amount. I just assume
Well, if
fix
I
it
don't
once
get
and be
any
done.
pretty quick, then usually we just deal with it and go on, because usually by then, if you
Careful
don't
now.
get something quick, you don't, you know?
So say do not exceed $15, but check with Express, and it's probably gonna be lower than that, knowing
mean, I
that,
think
but
that-
we can
Not to
be
exceed.
safe.
Yeah,
Yes, we can have that discussion with the ladies at Express, that what we're looking for specifically. We may get lucky and find some that she may have available for that as summer help comes available. Kids will be coming home from college, you're gonna wanna snag those kids up right away.
I had Charlie last year, the first half of the summer. You know, he didn't retire till like July 1st, so. And then this spring being a lot wetter, that's just what I'm looking at, you know. I mean, the guys, they got it looking good and they're good, but, you know, they can only do so much.
how many hours per week
It'd be
are you,
pretty
if you
much
had
40.
to, you said 40?
So how many headstones
you
did
got
you say
$10,000,
you have?
just don't go over it.
Good 10,000 stones and all the fences and, because you got headstones, military marker, I mean, see, a lot of them have 2 stones. You got all the block numbers down every section, row. I mean, there's, you know,
So what about if we just say, go out and hire and do your best to get the, you know, don't exceed your budgeted amount this year, obviously, but try to get it as low as possible.
Put a number, whatever his budgeted amount is, let's say that number.
Then I'll amend my motion to say, go hire not to exceed $15 an hour total, to include the express. If it doesn't work, come back to us next council meeting.
Can I just at least make an observation with,
Actually, can we get a second on that motion?
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I made the motion, does the second need to get
Who
amended?
had the second?
Chris?
Yes,
Chris. Yes, you second what he said?
yes.
Amend to not to exceed 15 per hour,
And that's the fully burdened rate, to
and
include,
what?
the fully burdened rate, salary plus the cost to express. You okay with that?
yeah.
And if that doesn't work, come back to us.
Okay, I mean, that's still probably put them close to 12, so.
And you need them to like start tomorrow, start getting ready.
Well, it'd
for
be
Memorial
nice,
Day.
but I understand school's still in, so.
Yeah.
Now, I have had it before where they sent me, like, you know, so if I got the money, they have sent me someone that was out of school just to help that week or two prior to Memorial Day, then I get my regular kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. If that happens, that's a
That'd be
bonus.
great.
Yeah, that'd be,
But that's a you deal.
yeah.
All right, so we got a second motion not to exceed the full
That
amount.
is our show week, that's all I just, you know, it's like.
$15, including expresses.
I'd like to make just an observation. It's been 3 or 4 meetings in a row that we have been asked to hire, that we've been asked for temps for different departments. It started with one and it has now ballooned up to more. I understand that people are struggling and understaffed, overworked, all that. The thing is I understand, well, it's budgeted, but we don't know what our budget's gonna look like next year and whether or not we're going to be laying somebody off. And so, it's not that I don't sympathize, especially with your job, trust me, if I have a loved one who's buried at X cemetery and it's overgrown with who knows what, and I know how quickly that can happen, how somebody would feel about that. But we also looked at other departments that we have gone back and forth with, but
Like I said, nothing against any other departments. I'm just looking for this, I guess, nights are gonna be working all year. It is just for a short time.
yeah, and
It's
I
just,
agree.
You know,
So Kenneth, am I understanding you correctly that you're saying you don't want to hire anybody and just let cemetery grow up?
Well, what I would like to say is I would rather hire for this than say temp at the library. I know that's not a very popular opinion,
Yeah.
but, you know,
But keep in mind, well, that's another argument, but it's a different pot of money too, different.
well, but
Those
it's all,
are temporary
but it
city
is all
employees with
coming
more
from the general
benefits,
fund.
but yeah.
I understand that, yeah, it's all different budgeted out, but it's all coming from the same percentage of money that gets dispersed to us and we just lay it out.
say one time we could use the care account to pay the kids?
I need to look at it again.
I mean, I think we did budget in the regular temp money, but, I mean, if they'll let me, that's what,
It's for care of the cemetery, right?
that's his
We
call.
looked at it before, and I thought it was all right, I need to look at it again.
I thought that was what that was for, was to check.
It's for
We can look at that cemetery.
If that's the case, then you know, I can save the money that's in the regular general home budget that I budgeted and use the, you know, I just don't want to get carried away with it, not have any for next.
Frank, I'll look at the cemetery care fund, what we can use
Yeah,
that
say,
for, and
can
if
we-
it, well, hang on, if it'll cover that, then that's where we'll pull it from first.
Okay.
Okay?
There, we can outset the cost of that.
And like I said, I'll still take the youth kids. I've got stuff lined up for, especially the park, you know, I mean.
Okay.
So,
All right. Further discussion, or can we call for the vote?
If we do take it from the cemetery care account, are we gonna need to wind up having some kind of action from us to pull it from that account instead of,
Yes.
okay,
So we'd have to put that on the next agenda to pay from there,
okay,
or at the end, we transfer it over.
okay.
All right, call for the vote.
Shears,
Oh, come on, Frank, we already called for the vote. This better be good.
okay, I'm not trying to say anything, but if I'm using the care account, is there still the cap on what he put?
He just had an hourly amount, he didn't use a cap on the,
What do you have?
Well,
in
he
the
said
account?
not to exceed a certain amount.
$15 an hour.
$15.
They probably
Still want
know.
to keep it at that, even though,
Until we see what happens.
okay, I just,
They
Yep.
should handle stuff like that.
All right,
That's not something
Anna?
that comes up ever.
Shears,
Donations?
I think that's what it's for.
No,
Brown,
yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes,
Bradshaw.
Yes.
Item B, discussion and possible action to hire Mariana, not even gonna try, can you tell us what it is? Yep, that one.
That one, yeah.
As Police Dispatcher Range R, Step 2, at $40,316 with a start date of May 27th, 2025, to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of Della Newman Rhodes.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Choya and a second from Bradshaw. Discussion.
I do have a concern. We still haven't finished with the SRO contract with the school. I'd like to see us get that lined out, because if for some reason that falls through, we're gonna have several workers.
This is the dispatcher.
Do we have anybody that could, if we shift it around from law enforcement, and the SRO can even take their spot? So it's a question. I mean, I know we need this, don't get me wrong, it's just, I don't wanna end up hiring somebody and then that fall through and then boom.
I'm gonna argue against you.
That's okay.
Whoa.
It's question time, it's looking at things.
The dispatcher, I think, is a whole new ballgame between the patrolman. The dispatcher is gonna be doing a different duty than the patrolman. There may be some patrolmen that are qualified as dispatcher, but we're gonna be paying them a lot more than we'll be paying her. So I myself don't have a problem with hiring her. If she had experience before, is that?
Correct, ambulance service, so, but less time training.
I can agree with that.
And right now, we're using patrolmen to cover. We're actually using 2, 3 different patrolmen to cover because we don't have staffing.
One more question, is this less money than the last dispatcher made?
I'd have to look pen to paper. It may be equal or a little bit less.
It's no more?
No.
Not more, no.
Okay.
No.
Good.
Further discussion?
Call for the vote.
Call for the vote.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And how do you say that again?
It's Mariana Cappuccino.
So we can call you Cappuccino Mary, right?
Could you call us and leave it on our voicemail so we can practice it?
Thank you. Well, congratulations. All right, item C.
Welcome aboard.
Yes. Item C, discussion and possible action to hire Jimmy Lemons as police officer, range J, step 1, at $39,357 with a start date of May 27th to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of Levi Hudson.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Rushiers and a second from Choya. Discussion?
Now, my argument's gonna be what Donnie ain't made.
Can we just table this then until we meet about the SRO and
Yeah.
I would prefer that.
would you
It's
guys be
not-
comfortable with that?
Yeah, because I don't want to hire somebody if that doesn't work out. If it does, then we know,
You're talking about executive session, correct?
Yep.
After.
Yeah, I don't know
executive
what we're
session.
gonna talk about in there, but let's
Well,
table it and then we can come back and discuss.
I think we need to see what the negotiation's gonna be with the school. You're gonna get your person. That's not the problem.
The executive session's from that, it's not gonna
Not
make
for
a
employment.
decision at this point. no.
So, I mean, on this, the purpose behind it is we're below where we can function. I mean, we are doing a disservice to the citizens of Pryor by not having police officers out on the street. Going back to the traffic, I get messages every day about traffic enforcement, this and that, and we just don't have the people. I mean, we've had a meeting before where I talked about our staffing levels are as low as they can go. We can't go any lower. And I think we all agreed to that past that point that we let those 7 officers down from when I took over go, we've got to start filling at some point. You cannot continue to not fill.
Did you say you're using officers also as dispatchers?
Yes.
So that takes more off the street.
Correct. And we're running, right now we got 3 night people. That's it for that stays. You got 3 because we're pulling. I mean, there's nobody left. And to get somebody through FTO, field training is 16 weeks. So what we're going to do is do field training and Collegiate Academy, which is a local one through GRDA, which is essentially free at the same time. So they'll go like 2 days to Cleat and then 2 days of FTO. That way, hopefully in September, they're ready to hit the street because otherwise, we're going to meet some major problems. I won't be able to staff the street.
I'm not arguing against you, I'm for you. We need to replace the 5th person you're losing. There's not a problem with that. It's the timing of it. Let us see what we
I don't,
anything else.
the school's not gonna change. I mean, you're gonna pull $345,000, and if you do, then you're really in trouble.
We're gonna have to do business and see what we end up with.
And there's a time and a place for that, but you also have to run the department, and that's what I'm here for.
All I'm asking is just hold off a minute until we see what we do with the school.
My suggestion is that we hire, and that way we can get through field training, to replace the officer that left.
Charles, what did you say, the discussion
The
we're gonna
discussion
have?
tonight, and I'm gonna be careful here, we're not gonna make a decision on what we're doing. I have not even started negotiations with the schools yet. But I wanted to meet with the council before I approach the schools, and that's what we're gonna talk about tonight.
What I don't want to get into is saying, yeah, let's hire him. We get into school negotiations, it doesn't go like we want. We've got 3 or 4 we're gonna have to employ, then we've got way too many. That's what we've got to look at.
I mean, if I'm in control of the schools, I will never do away with SROs. I mean, the SROs are here, and they're gonna stay here, and I will fight tooth and nail against ever pulling that. I don't mind negotiating and working with them, but
Well, that's what I'm
it's not gonna happen with me here. I mean, I'll fight tooth and nail against that, because that school is the same money that the city pays. It's taxpayer funded. And those kids are the biggest asset that we have in this community, and I will fight tooth and nail for that.
I'm not arguing, Jerry, the kids. That's the school's responsibility, the kids. We have our responsibility in the city of Pryor. Now, if we can make them both work, that's outstanding, but just give us time to see how we're gonna do on this negotiation before we hire anybody. I'd hate to hire him and fire him, I don't wanna do that.
Well,
That's my only thing, is just time. It's not denying it, it's just saying, hold off a minute.
I mean,
You got summer going on, it's getting ready to start, you're gonna have 4 SROs that's not going to school, that you can use. This time ain't gonna hurt you, you're still gonna get your man.
it does hurt us, because you can't get through FTO in time, and then when school starts, I look in the future, and I see that what's coming, and I also see other things happening, and so if I don't do what I see coming, then as far as preparing for it, we're gonna be in trouble, and that's why, this is on here.
Well, let's
And
play a
we've
game.
talked about this before.
Let's suppose because we're not trying to profit off of the schools. None of us, I believe, want to do that. So we figure out what it's gonna actually cost, and we say, okay, school, this is what it's gonna cost. The school says, no, we're not paying it. Boom. And then we got these people that we're gonna have to let go, somebody. That's the
We
thing.
have gone so far off the reservation at this
But I'm
point.
just saying, we just wanna wait and see where that ends up before we make a decision. It may work fine. Nobody's
If-
trying to fight that.
Can I ask a question real quick? If he starts on May 27th, what's the timeline for training and FTO and all that? What's that timeline?
We're looking in the September range, and school starts in August.
And if you wait until after school's out and everything, then you're gonna talk about sometime next year, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna kill us come August. Right now, we're gonna be in trouble come August.
Do you already have a cleat date for him?
He's in it right now. He is doing it as a reserve.
So that's when he would end FTO, would be August.
Cleat and FTO would be about September at the same time. I don't know the exact date. But
So he's going through cleat whether he's reserve or hired.
but not FTO.
Yeah, and
This is
that's
different.
a good idea. That's not a problem to get him prepared for that. All I'm asking is give us some time to see what we're gonna do with the school before we do anything else.
Well, it's my opinion that we hire him because the school's gonna be there regardless, as far as, we're not gonna pull that from there.
I think we're asking the same question over and over.
We are.
Yeah, I have
Let's
no
go.
further comment on this.
I'm through.
All right, call for the vote.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gauthier,
No.
Smith,
No.
Lamar,
No.
Shropshire.
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Congratulations. Thank you.
All right, discussion and possible action regarding the request for counselors Trammell and Brown to research information concerning an audit of the city.
Make a motion that we have them proceed with that.
That's the
Hang on, time out. Let's do this again. Discussion and possible action regarding the request for Counselors Trammell and Brown to research information concerning an audit of the city.
So I make a motion that we authorize Councilors Trammell and Brown to be able to research information concerning an audit of the city.
So let's just time out there, Chris. I mean, it's to provide an update. That's what we're here for tonight, is to provide an update to the
It's
council.
regarding the request that you guys have already made for us.
We already approved that a while back, Chris, to do that. They're gonna give an
Say so
update.
moved and someone will second.
Motion
Me.
to discuss?
I make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion from Trammell to discuss and a second from Brashears to discuss.
So you want me to do this, Tyler?
Yep.
So, right after, well, not right after, a couple of weeks after y'all tasked me and Tyler to go out to this, I reached out to the state auditor and asked her, gave her a quick brief on what was going on. And she gave me a point of contact, Mr. Dodson, with the state auditor's office. I'll just read you kind of what I asked him, and then I will read you his response. Several members of the Pryor City Council have concerns about the accuracy of the city's financial reporting and the appropriateness of specific transactions over the last several years, possibly up to the past 7 years. There are also concerns about the lack of internal controls over specific business processes and systems access. As a result, the City Council asked myself and another councilman, Tyler Brown, to contact the State Auditor's Office and get more information on whether your team could provide us with an audit to address our concerns, as well as the cost and time frame for conducting the audit. Could you please let me know, blah, 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 when to meet with myself and Tyler to discuss the council's specific concerns, the scope of a potential audit, and the associated cost, as well as the estimated time frame the State Auditor's Office would be able to perform the audit. We would also be interested in obtaining information on any firms that could perform the audit for us in the event the State Auditor's Office isn't available to do so. Mr. Dodson's response. Mr. Trammell and Mr. Brown, thank you for your email. My office's Forensic Audit Division sometimes performs special audits of towns. However, unfortunately, that division is not beginning new audits for at least 12 months. Attached is a list of auditors and audit firms who perform forensic type audits. However, before taking that step, the town should ensure that it is current on its annual audits. It appears that no such audit has been submitted to my office since the FY22 audit. Do you know if that's correct? If so, the town should catch up on its audits, which might suffice in lieu of a forensic type audit. Additionally, it looks like the town has not submitted an estimate of needs, i.e. the budget, for the current fiscal year. If that's correct, the town should submit it. Sincerely, Mr. Dodson. And then he did provide a list of, I didn't count them, but quite a few audit firms that we can go to. So I think the first step here, and Tyler, jump in anytime you want, I think the first thing we've got to do here is we've got to get current on our submissions to the State Auditor's Office, which is the 23 and 24 audit, and then we've got to get them our estimate of needs. And I think you reached out to the auditor?
I reached out to Ms. Kirkendall with Hood, and she said that Mr. Colker typically is the one that should submit our audits. I don't know. It's probably an uncomfortable spot for you to be in.
No.
Because I think you're our budget person, and so I think it probably falls to you, even though you've assigned it to him, and so I don't know how that's going to work out for everybody. But also, we did ask for costs from the state. He said that they typically range $50,000 to $75,000.
And the audit could take up to a year or 6 months, and then preparation and review of the report could take another 6 months. So we're looking at 2 years possibly before we get an answer.
I'll talk to Mr. Coker in the morning about the estimate of needs. That, as far as we understood, was done in closed books. So maybe there's something that, I don't know. I'll talk to Jeff in the morning and I'll get you back on that.
Mayor, I've got a question for you and Hannah.
Yes, sir.
Was this the first you all are aware that those documents weren't provided to the state?
Yeah. So that's why I say I'll call Jeff, get hold of that first I can. So now I don't know. I'm sorry, Hannah. I didn't mean to talk.
You know of what capacity I've been working in.
Yeah.
So that's a yes.
So I think we were
Was
all
it-
kind of shocked that
Yeah.
it
Was
hadn't
it-
occurred.
Weren't those supposed to be turned into the county?
They go to the county, to
Right.
the excise board, and then from there, they get submitted to the state, so.
So the
that's why I
county
say
should have submitted
before-
it.
Hang on a minute. Before we, and I'm not making justifications or anything, I'm just gonna say, before we jump to any conclusions on that, we need to make sure that from us up, that process has been followed. Did Jeff submit it? Did the excise board take it from there, and what did they do with it? So, that's gonna be my next step, first thing tomorrow.
Same thing with the audit. I mean, we'll have to follow up on that one as well.
Correct. Yeah, that's all one.
Because I know we have it, but
Yeah, that's all one call for me.
So we really can't.
Well, to the contrary, I think the first thing we gotta do is get right with the state auditor's office.
Yeah.
You don't wanna make an auditor mad. And then
We've learned that one.
then the second thing is, I think we need to talk about tonight is what route do Tyler and I need to go at this point? Do we want to wait 12 months for them to do the audit and then another 12 months to get the results of that audit? Which is, we're looking at 2 years and spend, what was it, Tyler?
60 to 70.
50 to 70.
Up to 75,000? Or do Tyler and I need to start reaching out to these other firms and trying to get some updates and bids?
And if that's the case, which kind of audit do we need to ask for? Because there's, 4 different kinds that we could technically ask for? Forensic's gonna be the most in-depth.
Correct. Let me kind of give you a background here. Performance audits, forensics audits, that's where they will dig in and really look at all of these controls and the past expenditures to see if they're appropriate. They will do that based on what we ask them to do, 7 years, what period we ask them to look at. And then we can guide them on what scope they need to, or what procedures they need to be following. But you cannot tell an auditor how to do that audit, or they will stop. You can also do something called an attestation or an agreed upon procedure, where we would literally tell the auditors, this is going to be your focus. It's going to be very detailed oriented. They're not going to look at anything outside the parameters of what we ask them to do. It will be quicker, but it probably would not give us the answers that we need, or the answers that a full-blown performance audit or forensic audit would.
So your recommendation would be to do a performance?
I call it a performance audit, a forensic audit, performance audit, call it whatever you want. Yes, I would recommend you do that, but I would challenge, or I would caution that doing these audits, whenever I do these audits myself, they can take up to a year before I even get ready to start putting out a draft report or a final report. So it's going to take a long time to do this. So we need to really figure out what exactly do we want to ask these audit firms to do before Tyler and I go out and request a bid. And if I need to put together a statement of work, I can do that. I don't mind doing that in the next couple of weeks. But
I recommend you do that since you're a subject matter expert, and then
you okay with that?
follow it up
Yeah.
with, if we go with outside sources, that you pick the best 3 that you think, and then bring those 3 to the table.
It ain't gonna be cheap, no matter what route we go. It ain't gonna be cheap.
It will probably be faster to use one of these independent ones, but it's not gonna be probably any cheaper, I would agree.
It could even be more expensive.
Right.
But I would recommend you look into the top 3 value versus what they're gonna do, and you are very familiar with that.
So
That would
since
be
we're
my
looking
opinion.
at above 50, 75,000, this is a service we're asking, do we need to follow the purchasing
I
manual?
think it's professional service.
Professional.
So we
it
don't-
would fall under recommendation for me.
What's that?
No, it would be the same
Professional
as-
services we can pick.
Right,
Anything we want?
yes.
I mean, is my
May I-
recommendation okay?
Charles, a couple of years ago, we did this same thing basically for a audit of the construction project. And we got the names of a few different subject matter expert audit firms that were nationwide to do this, and we put a request for proposal to out there, and we contacted those ones, specific ones too, plus did the thing in the paper or wherever we did bidding. And we got 2 proposals back at that time. And of course, they gave us a price of what it was gonna cost to do, and then the council just let it die. But, so, yeah, we went out and got nationwide.
Did
And
you
made
get
sure
those
we
con-
sent it to the ones that were on the list too of, and they may be some of those same audit firms, but these were like the heavy hitters down in Houston, Texas and around the country.
And I think one of them was a construction audit.
They were
That
construction
probably
audits,
won't
yeah.
work for this one.
But same
there was
principle.
But there was another one, I think, but I think it was some of them from the same list, because I got some of those from the same source that Charles did.
Well, no, this one is, this is an alphabetical list of audit firms and auditors on the Oklahoma County Board's list of government auditors in December 2020 that informed the Office of State Auditor and Inspector that they would like to be included on a list of auditors that might perform forensic audit work for local governments. So these are strictly Oklahoma firms.
Can I glance at that for a second? You mind if I glance at that?
Oh, no.
I just want to see.
And I'll gladly share this with everyone else.
I don't know if they're all Oklahoma, but they're all gonna be licensed in Oklahoma,
Licensed in Oklahoma, that's
or
true.
at least recognized.
Good point, right.
Might not be here. I think what you guys need to
I
do
don't
that will help
recognize
Charles
any of
out
these
is
as ones
figure
that
out
you
what
guys
your
brought
goal of
back.
the audit is. Because then he can go
Correct.
to them and tell them what it is, and that'll help your pricing get more accurate.
How far back do you want them to go?
How far back, what do you want them to find or not find?
I recommend we follow their recommendation, Charles.
Well, if I can make a recommendation on that, and I don't want to dive too deep into the woods, but I had a little conversation with Charles, this last week, and I didn't mention it in my report. It was kind of the most consuming thing we did this last month was we had to do our ARPA reporting. Holy hell, that's all I got to say on that. As we got down through that, with Mr. Colker being out with health issues, and most of that being handled by our previous clerk with no recorded documentation or anything, we found some conflicts in the ARPA reporting. Now, mind you, the numbers that I got from Corey, who works for Jeff, that's his office assistant, is a mere screenshot of the ledger, but those ledgers are numbers that they're provided by the city, and these go back to 22, 21, and 20, when we got in the ARPA and the CARES funds. There was a lot of concern I shared with Hannah, where we kind of were like, whatever explicitive you want to put in there, they were all said. But I think, and Charles, this is not what I told you, I'm interested in seeing our activity and our accounts around that time period, because we know that there were things that were paid out of ARPA accounts that on the minutes are not ARPA funds. ARPA was Fund 05. Some of those minutes reflect payments from 02. We also had times where there were funds transferred back into the ARPA. There should have, and this is, I think I called Chase on this one, and he said there should have only been one deposit into that 05, and that was from the federal government. So my request to Charles was, and this is kind of why I was asking specifically what type of audit is, I think that would be something beneficial for us to go back to. The numbers that vary from what we discovered around that time frame roughly match a deficit that we're finding ourselves in almost to a penny. So I will fully support figuring out where those things were before. There's a lot of discrepancies there. I will close that comment with, we have properly and fully accountably reported our ARPA with documentation. We have created a file in the vault that does say, here's the minutes, here's the checks, here's the purchase order numbers. It's all fully documented for what we reported. But some of those things that were reported, for example, in October of 22, a $649,000 CMS Willowbrook pay app put us about $60,000 over what we received in total from ARPA. So that's where I would love to see some those are the kind of things I want to see looked at, just to make sure that we can figure out where it was. Can we fix it at this point? I don't know. I think what we find is an audit will typically get us back on the right track and tell us where our deficiencies
Well, and that's
are.
what I was about to say. Keep in mind that the purpose of an audit is not to tell you what you did wrong.
It's to get us back on track.
It's to put the controls in place to make sure what you did wrong doesn't
Correct.
happen again. That's the real intent of a forensic or performance audit. So again, I would recommend that, or I would ask that everyone, to include the mayor, send me and Tyler an email on exactly what you would like to see the audit provide us and the time frame, and we will then reach out to all of these firms.
I don't know if they can do that.
Without,
I don't think they can all send us an email.
can they send it to
I
the
think that
mayor?
we're discussing business outside.
Everybody can
That's true.
discuss it with me, and I can put together a
That-
report
I
for
would be
you.
more than happy to do
Oh,
that.
I didn't realize what you were saying.
Well, for me,
For the
Mr. Mayor,
commission.
I'm gonna go with y'all's recommendation on this. So that's where.
I would recommend that the council send me your thoughts on that.
Yep.
And I will put together a report based on the thoughts, and I'll send it to you two.
You and I
when
can sit
collect-
down and
Once I collect that from every council member.
exactly.
Charles and Tyler, would you, either one of you all have any objection to your correspondence document there to the auditor's office and their response back to be added to the official minutes of this council meeting? as
No, I
being
can
presented?
send that to you, Hannah? Sure, I can do that.
Thank you.
All right, further discussion?
Since it's not an action, I don't guess we have to vote, do we?
No, we can do a no action. Unless you wanna just make that motion that everybody respond to me, tell me what your thoughts are, but I don't think that requires. this
You know, it
report.
might not be a bad idea to do that just to cover our,
I think we're good. I think we're good, Chris. I mean,
we good? Okay, let's go.
okay, then can we make that a no action?
Emails anyway.
Mayor, before we continue, can we take a break?
As soon as we get a vote on this, Terry, I'll let
Okay.
you have a break.
All right.
So we want to change that motion to no action.
Yes, that's a motion for no action.
Do I have the second?
For shares.
I'll change it. Okay, call for the vote.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Samar,
Yes.
Shropshire.
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a short recess. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Yep.
Down in front. Just kidding. We appreciate you guys being here every council meeting. She said the quiet riot. All right. We are going to do what we do best, and we're going to kind of jump down a little bit so that you don't have to stay here all night.
Well, I appreciate that.
So,
Where's my agenda?
did you lose it?
I have an extra one if you need one.
All right. We're going to go on to item 7, the city attorney's report. But we're going to jump down to item G, public hearing. We're going to have a motion to enter public hearing.
Motion.
Second.
I got a motion from Brashears and a second from Choya. We are in public hearing. This is for the zoning change for Israel and Gisela Antuna, lots number 9 and 10 in the block number 4 of the Mayor Roach Edition in the incorporated town of Pryor Creek, Mays County, state of Oklahoma. According to the recorded plat thereof, as recorded in book. Are we good?
Should we vote to enter public hearing?
Yes.
Do I need to do that before I read all of this? Or?
If you're going into public hearing, vote at the time you go to public hearing.
Okay, well, then let's vote to do that because I got one sentence left. Do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
Move.
We already did it.
We already
did that.
Okay, let's take the vote.
Smith,
Yes.
Sorry.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Joe.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, it's hard to keep track of when to do what sometimes. All right, so according to the recorded plat thereof is recorded in book 1546 at page 200, also known as 28 Pine. The applicant is requesting the zone be changed from residential duplex to residential multifamily for the ability to build a triplex on the property. Discussion. Public, anybody from the yays, the nays? I'll give a quick synopsis of this. 28 Pine right now is an empty lot. There's plenty of room there for a triplex. They're going to be low square footage. They want to put a triplex. The concern that was presented was that 3 families parking on that dead-end street might cause a conflict for the fire department to get down there if they were to have, and I quote, a football party or something. There's only going to be 2 driveways parked on Pine, and the other 2 will be on the perpendicular street. So it's not going to create any more of a thing. Their setbacks are all met. They just want to change it so they can do a triplex instead of a duplex.
So there's gonna be 4 driveways?
3 driveways. Triplex is 1, 2, 3.
I know you said 2 on one road, 2 on the other. That's
2 on one road, 1 on the other. I'm
okay.
sorry.
All right.
Is there,
You threw me on
is this
that.
something that has or should go to P and Z? Or they
It did,
Okay.
and they recommended it come to you guys. They passed it on to you.
Okay.
Did anybody show up at the P and Z in opposition?
Yes. In opposition, it was, I think the only one that had any words of opposition were Kenny Young.
I only have one question.
Correct. Sorry.
This would not be spot zoning, correct?
No.
Okay, that's all I'm concerned
No, and that's, we've addressed that in the past. That's not something we're looking to do. Gilbert.
I do have a question.
Yeah, we're in public hearing, so you gotta come up here, because,
State your name for the record, please, in a public hearing.
yes, because the quiet riot's gonna get mad at you.
I know, right? My name's Gilbert Graybill. I actually own some property just down the street, and there are several other properties that are empty along there. If we allow this one to go through, and then those others, is the infrastructure there, the street, don't allow the extra traffic? Okay.
Okay. Is there anybody, yeah, come on up, Mr. Cow. We would love to hear what you got to say. We are in public hearing, so.
John Couch.
I speak with a lot of developers and things. A lot of them are interested in doing things in that area. They're glad to see progress happening in that area. I think most people support growth in that area that's been kind of left behind, per se. And so whenever I have clients that are interested in doing developments there, when they hear about something coming in, they're supportive of it to try to build some. One of my clients wants to build starter homes in that area. We discussed this project exactly. It's not that person that I was discussing with that's wanting this. It was a different developer. And I just hope that we can take that in consideration, that the town grows and doesn't stay stagnant.
Well, there are no safety concerns.
Then we can't talk till we do discussion, sorry. Any other public comments? Okay, do I have a motion to exit public hearing?
So moved.
I have a motion from Gantier and a second from Brashears. We'll call for the vote.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Shears,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Okay, discussion and possible action regarding the zoning change for Israel and Gisela Atuna.
A motion to approve the above change.
Okay,
Second.
a motion and a second. Do you have any discussion?
So there's no real safety hazard or any size issues? I mean, it looks like a pretty good lot.
It is,
Look at it from.
it is a good lot.
And one part's a dead-end road anyway.
Correct. There won't be any, when we addressed in the planning and zoning meeting, that the parking would be split between the perpendicular sides. I think the opposing, the one that asked the questions was put at ease on that. The family was here. I will tell you that it is being built by a local builder that has done plenty with the city. I'm confident that it'll be a good build. But we're here to discuss the zoning change, and so all that does is allow them to do a duplex versus or a triplex versus a triplex instead of a duplex. I'm sorry. So, any further discussion on that?
Yes, one more question, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
You had mentioned at the P&Z meeting that the building inspector was opposed to the project. Why is that?
His concern was the parking. Should there be a football party or something, or some kind of event, I think he just used that as an example, but he was concerned that too much automotive traffic or cars parked there might impede that Pine, I think is the crossroad there, it's either Graham.
Graham Court.
Yeah, Graham Court. Splitting that parking up between the Pine and Graham he was okay with that. So that was kind of a point of clarification for the planning and zoning as well, so.
Okay,
I don't feel that there's gonna be any issues on this one.
thank you.
Anything else? Call for the vote.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Shears,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar.
Yes.
Do I have a,
Motion to enter public hearing?
yeah, thank you, I was just
And
thinking.
you have a second.
Okay, we're gonna enter public hearing. Do I also have a motion to waive that reading?
Who was the first and second?
I was the second, so if Troy, if you'll
What's
waive
first?
it, I'll second that.
Yeah, we waive the reading.
I'll second that.
Okay, call for the vote.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Shears,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Okay, we're in public hearing. This is for the final plat for 3882 West 530 Road, also known as the district. Do we have anybody in opposition? Do we have anybody for? John, come do your thing, man.
I'm just here to present the final plat for the district. It's been in place. It's just basically formality of getting the signatures to be able to file the plat of record with the county. Any questions? I mean, it's pretty-
Yes.
Can we?
This,
well,
when
here-
you say the final,
I think we have to have discussion. We can invite him up during our discussion.
okay, well, he asked if there were any questions, so.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. It's all right, you're good. It's a judge-free
This
zone.
is like,
Kind of.
from the audience.
All right. Anybody else that would care to speak? Public hearing. If not, do I have a motion to exit public hearing?
Yes, sir.
Second.
A motion from Gantier and a second from Brashears to exit public hearing. We will call for the vote.
Brashears,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Discussion and possible action regarding the final plat for the district, legal as read above.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. A motion from Gantier, a second from Brashears. Mr. Couch, we'd welcome you to come up. It seems the council has some questions.
You don't need your map.
No, bring it.
I've already got it.
You already got it, okay. When you said this is the final plat, is this for all of the residential housing?
No, it's purely for the commercial project that's in place already.
So basically, it's from the road that leads into the West 530s through the east side of the district, not to include any of the apartments.
Right, it's the annexed property that was pre-annexed in
22 or
Start at Big Belly's, that.
Yeah.
basically from Big Belly's to the entrance into the apartments. There's 2 lots to the east of that, which is, I think we're Red Crown.
Red Crown is to the west of that drive.
Yeah,
But it does include that, yeah.
right, those areas. It's none of the residential that they're working on at this point. It's purely the commercial district that is in place.
And it's already annexed.
It's annexed, it's in place. This is just the final say on it.
And in the language here on the agenda, it says the district was not platted at the time of annexation. Do you know why?
That was before I was in charge of speaking for it. They
Okay.
got it annexed. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it was for
I
utility
think a lot of that
purposes.
had to do with the timing of the MOU, the layout things, and then it came to that we needed to wrap this up.
Right.
So we've got it wrapped up, and I called Chase to make sure we were good. Chase said, get the signatures.
Did this have to go through planning and zoning also?
This did, yes, did we go to?
Yeah, it went through
Yes,
planning
it
and zoning.
did. We were
yes.
there, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I went through that on,
And it has to go back to planning and zoning,
No.
if I remember right.
No, they'll recommend it up. The only thing that it would do from here is if you guys reject it and they appeal it, that'd start a whole nother process. You guys.
yeah, planning and zoning signed it.
Okay.
Sign it, we get the signatures, it's put to bed.
We sure we don't wanna make them work more?
But basically, right now, you've got, like, where Red Crown sits is still agricultural or whatever that was before, so
Yeah, it's
not, they're leasing land, how did you word that? They're leasing land that they don't have.
It's not platted lots. I mean, it's in effect, but this is just like the final sign off to file the final plat like at the county.
Closes the book on it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There's no changes in what's out there gonna happen.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Okay, we will call for the vote.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Brashears,
Yes.
Okay, item K, discussion and possible action regarding an ordinance amending ordinance 7-4-4 camping.
Motion.
Have a motion from Brashears,
I'll second.
second from Brown. So this went back to the ordinance insurance committee the other night. There were some redundancies in the way that we had written that originally. I think what they came up with kind of cleans it up a little bit.
I don't think it is either.
I'm sorry, what? Okay. So basically, Mr. Gantier, that's your committee. Would you like to read through that?
Basically, what we did, we have a ordinance 7-4-4 camping, and we inserted it into there, changed some language, so the letter A stayed the same, letter B became C, letter C became D, and what would be added under letter B would be allow the use of outdoor sleeping accommodations on private property for up to 3 consecutive overnight periods. That would be the change.
Have any further discussions?
The ideas that were talked about is, if we do this, would the council vote to approve it, or would it go to a vote of the people? Now, that's the two things that have been discussed regarding if we take action, what to do. But that's, there was no recommendation from O&I as to what to do. That was just the things that were discussed. Is that pretty much it? Fellow committee
Right.
members? Okay.
I think.
So in plain, I'm sorry, Chase, go ahead.
I think B could be worded better. And do the same thing, but it's not a full sentence. So, allow, who is allowing, I guess is where it is. Obviously, we know that's the city, but it should be something along the lines of camping shall be allowed for up to 3 nights, not allow the use of. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Can't violate and allow, but you can violate a shall be allowed.
With the intent of this change pretty well being out there, I'm open if you feel we need to adjust the verbiage to still address that concern. I'm sure my fellow members of the committee would be okay with making that language happen.
Oh, yeah.
I was very vocal that this should have all happened in here anyway, Tuesday night, when we had the meeting. So I have absolutely no objection to that. Let's hash it out here.
So if you have a suggested verbiage to make it legal, I'm good with that too.
Yeah, I just think that's what should be changed on that, and then whether or not you guys approve, it's up to you, but if, basically rewording that sentence to make it a valid ordinance.
Well, you know our intent, if you can make it work that way, jot something down, I'd appreciate it.
That's the only change we do language-wise, other than that.
Couldn't you just restructure the sentence, the use of outdoor sleeping accommodations upon private property for up to 3 consecutive overnight periods shall be allowed?
To take away the allow, but shall be allowed.
Can you give that one more time slower so Hannah can get it all written down?
The use of outdoor sleeping accommodations upon private property for up to 3 consecutive overnight periods shall be allowed.
Yeah, I think the sentence just needed restructured.
Sure.
Further discussion on this?
Yeah, I've got a question for Chris.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Before having to come to council tonight for the city attorney to have to come up with that language, do you all not use him in discussion on language in these ordinances and have all this prepared before you come to a meeting and have him look it over for?
He wasn't feeling well and did not attend that meeting.
Okay.
It was my intent to attend it was so
Okay.
a good day for me.
Okay.
But yeah, that wasn't
My
mine.
fault. Yeah, Chris had reached out to me and I just wasn't able to.
Okay.
To your point, I ask why we even have the ordinance and insurance committee meeting, because honestly, the making of the sausage, we all have to sit in here and vote on it and make it anyway. It seems like it's a very redundant process to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, when we could just sit in here one time and be done with it.
I feel like it's protection to have a second.
But-
So we can have two different views of it, check it, double check it, trust but verify.
So we had the discussion and possible action, but there was no action recommended. Personally, seeing as this is affecting people's personal property rights, my preference would be for it to go to a vote of the people. I hate making a decision on people's personal property rights without their input. That's my view.
There have been city ordinances go to a vote of the people before in the
So
past, in their
we've had
history.
this discussion before. I can't build a 200-foot tall tower in my backyard. It's against city ordinances without having permission first. So that, in theory, also, Mr. Gontier, would impede on my personal property rights. But there's still laws and ordinances within the city limits that create governance and order to keep things safe and fine. I think we are well within our bounds to act as a body of representatives to get this taken care of.
Counselor, I'd ask a question. Now, we're questioning everything. It says 3 consecutive nights. What if you do it 2, skip a night? Can you go 2 more and skip a night? Can you do this from now on?
Probably.
Okay. That's what I was wondering.
And what if a property owner wanted to do it 4 nights? It could be a problem. That's what I'm saying. Let the people decide. That's
What if a big purple monster came out of the clouds and stepped on your head? The problem is that we're not doing this to punish anybody. That's not the idea. The idea is that we do have situations that need some attention. When this first originally came, we were cautioned greatly, and we still didn't really all adhere to that caution that our legal counsel gave us. We've taken it back, we've reworded it to be accommodating. As far as, for example, the Doyle family, if I'm out in the backyard and I'm camping with my kids and we decide to do it for 4 days, we're not creating any sin, we're not creating any harm, but if somebody were to call and come check on the Doyles, then they come and check on the Doyles. But in the meantime, if I'm required to have some kind of thing there that says I can only do 3, then I have to tell my kids, guys, we can do Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And then we'll come back Wednesday. I don't know, whatever Bruce said. Skip a day. But the idea is, we're not doing this to punish anybody, but we are doing it to create ordinance and governance in our community.
What actually started all of this was a person or a family was going to build a house in the city limits of Pryor. And they set up a camping arrangement to live there at the house. But there wasn't any sewer, any water, anything like that. So it was kind of a health issue. That's what started this up 2 or 3 years ago. That's the whole thing. And in the allowance there that we were talking about staying in it, if you have family come in for Christmas or something, let's say, and you've got a travel trailer out there and you need some overflow, instead of renting a hotel room, and you have the facilities there in the house and everything, you can stay in the camping trailer and use that for sleeping purposes and stuff. That was more or less what that was all brought up about. But when the people decided that they were going to camp while they were building their home and they had no, bathroom facilities or running water or anything like that, it got to be an issue.
Do we have, I'm sorry, what were you gonna say?
Just for clarification, with the verbiage, use of outdoor sleeping accommodations, that would not include something like a travel trailer or?
Yeah, that's what it was actually written for, was something like that.
Okay.
That's a camping.
Trailers under presumptive evidence of camping.
Uh-huh.
But there is a separate ordinance already dealing with the ability for them to stay up to, if I'm not mistaken, 7 nights. That's already
Right.
in there.
But for like, yeah, I was gonna say, but for like someone coming through, staying with family, they've got provisions for, bathroom use and
Yeah,
so
I
on.
believe it's up to 7 days, and then in a state of emergency, there is a provision clause where the mayor can waive it. Like if we have a tornado wipe out half the town or something, he can waive that.
So I guess the question then goes to, what's the issue that is being addressed, and then does this fix the issue? And of course, is it legal under, you know, all the appropriate levels of governance? So I assume that this is mitigating the issues that we were facing at that point, if they come up in the future. That's what you're saying, essentially, with this ordinance.
You looking at me for that?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you know, there, yes. So I will also note that a couple of towns in our, that neighbor us also took this camping ordinance when we did it the first time. They basically shortened it up like we did here. They passed it in about a 5-minute conversation and they went on with it. And they've not had any repercussions or negativity since then, but it did add that level of, just, it added a level of necessity to situations that could arise. So, do we have an action that we're looking for? To approve it as it's suggested?
Yeah, I will make the action that we approve the suggested ordinance changes that Councilor Trammell's rewording of the ordinance.
Okay. Do we have a second on who had the second?
Is this pertaining to both campers and tents? Are they both included in that language? Or is this just about, because when I first read it, and I remember the discussion going on about this in the past, I thought it was about camping in your backyard on the ground.
No, the wording here is the installation or stopping of any trailer or the erection of any tent or shelter is a presumptive evidence of camping.
But I thought you're changing paragraph B, which is allow the use of outdoor sleeping accommodations of private property.
Well, the presumptive evidence regards to public property on letter C. And on private property, there's that other ordinance that deals with travel trailers or RVs or whatever. That's a separate issue. So the letter B only, since the others are already dealt with, would be, as far as I don't know, you give your legal, but it'd be tents or.
So if you were writing, if you were writing a statute, there's normally a section of definitions. We don't have that. So if you wanted to do a definition of camping in this as, maybe make that a definition of camping, whatever you want to define camping as, and then move everything else down, that would take care of your concern. Most statutes have at the very beginning, so when you do this, you don't have to worry about that. Pryor doesn't have that in our ordinances.
So do you need to take this and do your magic with it before we?
It wouldn't be a bad idea, but anyway, it needs, you're gonna have to do this twice anyway, because you're making a change after you published it in some ordinance.
So
Can we
you
change
take
that
this
to
and-
send it to Chase to make modifications?
We'll put it back on the agenda in 2 weeks and we'll have.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll change my motion to send it to Chase.
Can Nina's got a question.
I just have a question. Didn't this originally?
Nina, can you come up front,
Oh,
please? Girl, you opened Pandora's box with that. We're not gonna.
Didn't this originally start out about tents? So if it did, why not just put tents in the language if we already have an ordinance about RVs?
Well, in part, so trailers has been in this ordinance for the whole time, regardless of anything, as far as presumptive of what camping is under what used to be B. If what they're trying to change is tents, we can change that in B, but trailers has been in this the whole time, as far as presumptive evidence.
Oh, so it's really not a separate ordinance?
There is
an ordinance
There is
that
a
deals
separate
with travel trailers or RVs. That's already been placed. That happened, I think, at the tail end of, when Larry Lees was here. It was before Zach. And and I think,
Right, but,
Pryor will remember,
right,
we,
but this,
that's why we
but,
put that 7-day on the campers, so that like when people.
right, but this
So this is a
particular
separate
ordinance
issue.
was originally just dealing with tents, as I remember.
The original ordinance deals with any type of
Camping
presumably
equipment.
evidence of camping.
Camping, not tents, camping. That was the original intent of changing this.
So it was stopping of any trailer or erection of any tent or shelter after 1 hour before sundown in a park area that the city shall constitute presumptive evidence. That's what camping is in this, in the ordinances, has been for years.
At your all's meetings to discuss this, were there any citizens there opposed or in favor of the ordinance?
There was
No,
there was no public comment.
Nobody there? Okay.
Okay, so we're changing the motion to no action.
Yeah.
And the second, who had the second, Hannah?
Brown,
Yes.
He says yes. Call for the vote for no action.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw, yes. Rushier,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is where we go back up to the top of the city attorney's report, possible executive session. I want to recognize that there was a number added in there that needs to be removed. And it will read as follows: possible executive session pursuant to 25 OS 307B2 and 4 of the, and not 10, of the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act for the purpose of confidential communication with the attorney regarding local 3567 in the International Association of Firefighters, AFL-CIO, CLC, collective bargaining agreement negotiation.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion from Brashears and a second from Gantier. Call for the vote.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw, yes. Rushier,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Okay. We will return. Y'all, there's M&Ms up here if you want some. Yes, Mr. Couch.
Do you want to
Item B, consider resuming regular session. No action taken during executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Holy sheesh. I have a super fast motion from Gantier and a second from Brashears. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Amar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw.
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Hamel,
Yes.
Gantier.
Yes.
All right, item C, again, we're removing the number 10, and we will read it with that error removed. Possible action based on executive session pursuant to 25-307B, 2 and 4 of the Oklahoma Open Meeting Act for the purpose of confidential communication with the attorney regarding Local 3567 of the International Association of Firefighters, AFL-CIO, CLC, collective bargaining agreement negotiations.
Motion.
Motion from Brashears.
Second.
Can we do a motion for no action?
I'm gonna motion for no action. Make your motion for no action.
Sure.
Amend.
Okay, we got a motion for no action from this one, Brashears, and a motion for no action seconded by Gantier. I'm gonna call for the vote.
Amar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Hamel,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Okay, item D, possible executive session pursuant to, and again, we're removing the 10, 25-307B, 2 and 4 of the Oklahoma Open Meeting Act for purpose of confidential communication with the attorney regarding the 25-26 SRO contract between the city of Pryor Creek and Pryor Public Schools.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Gantier and a second from Brashears. Call for the vote.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Hamel,
Yes.
Gantier.
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Amar,
Yes.
go. Item E, consider resuming regular session, no action taken during executive session.
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote. Sorry, I got a motion from Brashears and a second from Gottlieb.
Yes. Bashir?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Trammell?
Yes.
Gantier?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Lamar?
Yes.
Shropshire?
Yes. Okay, item F, possible action based on executive session pursuant to 25, 307B, 2 and 4, not 10, the Oklahoma Open Meeting Act for the purpose of confidential communication with the attorney regarding 2526 SRO contract between the city of Pryor Creek and Pryor Public Schools.
Make a motion, no action.
Second.
We have a motion for no action from Brashears, a second from Gantier.
Bashir?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Trammell?
Yes.
Gantier?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Lamar?
Yes.
Shropshire?
Yes.
Bradshaw? Yes.
Committee reports, budget personnel,
13.
ordinance insurance,
I think it's June 29th.
July 29. July.
July 29th?
Yeah.
I had it written down, I just had to pull it out.
street,
The 27th of May, and I also want to remind you all again that Tyler Brown is the only one that has submitted a potential street repair draft from his ward to the street committee to work for our budget for next year. So everybody needs to work on that and get it turned in.
Does he have a date when he wants us to give
No.
that to him? Okay, so just
I'm just
whenever.
gonna take your presentation.
That's-
so we
we
I've
have
got-
been working on it.
I've got
Okay.
streets, but
Ditto.
Okay.
All right,
No, no, that's-
item 9, I do have one item of unforeseeable business that I want to bring up based on, on a situation that
There's 1 or 2 more.
we saw tonight in the meeting. This is for the audience. Petitions from the audience need to be called in ahead of time. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
second.
I have a motion
Your
for Gantier? For shared. Vote.
Brown?
Yes.
Trammell?
Yes.
Gantier? Yes. Smith?
Yes.
Lamar?
Yes.
Shropshire?
Yes.
Bradshaw? Yes. Bashir?
Yes.
Okay, we will call to order the Pryor Public Works Authority. Item 2, approve the minutes of the April 15th, 2025 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Gantier, second from Brashears. Call for the vote.
Trammell?
Yes.
Gantier?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Lamar?
Yes.
Shropshire?
Yes.
Bradshaw? Yes. Bashir?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Item 3, excuse me, I apologize. Item 3, approve claims for purchase orders for the Pryor Public Works Authority through May 6, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Gantier, second from Brashear. You may call for the vote.
Gantier?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Lamar?
Yes.
Shropshire?
Yes.
Bradshaw? Yes. Bashir?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Trammell?
Yes.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
Motion from Brashear, second from Gantier. When you're ready, call for the vote.
Say one more time, you were really quiet.
I'm sorry, Brashears had the motion, Gantier had the second. When you're ready, you can call for the vote.
Smith?
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Lamar?
Yes.
Shropshire?
Yes.
Bradshaw? Yes. Bashir?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Trammell?
Yes.
Gantier?
Yes.
So,
Game
hang on
over,
a second.
10-11.
I'm gonna get with you too.
All right, since you're at Thunder